Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. Sure. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. We are 34 minutes away from race 1 on doubleheader Saturday PEI Colt Stakes. This afternoon we are featuring freshman colts and fillies. Tonight will be sophomore colts and fillies. We also have the Island Oceans Trot Series as well. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. In today's 12th race, it's PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies, and it's a gold division, purse $11,750.
Here they come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good afternoon and welcome to Redshores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park for PEI Colt Stakes weekend. It is doubleheader Saturday, and what a card we have for you this afternoon. Hi everyone, it's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. Today we feature PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old colts and fillies, the grassroots and gold divisions. And in race 12 this afternoon, it is 2-year-old fillies gold, and it's a full field of 8, and it's a really good field. JJ Amelia is on the rail for Mark Bradley. It's Up to You, and Gilles Barrio has post 2, Redland Miss Pretty. Post 3 for Kenny Murphy, and Singin' Ramona and Adam Murner have post 4. Look Over Your and Mark Campbell have post 5. How Mac Julie and Jason Hughes post 6. Our Girl Annie, my top choice, has post 7 for Brody McPhee, Rosetown Mary, and Corey McPherson round out the strong field of 8. And it was a real good article that Nick Oakes had in The Guardian a couple weeks ago about the 7, Our Girl Annie, and the Tebow family. Just an incredible story how this young filly persevered, and the Tebow family, how they rallied with each other. And Our Girl Annie has really rewarded them. 4 wins from 5 starts and a 3rd place finish. Almost 18,000 made so far in her young career, a mark of 157-1. Just an incredible season so far. So a lot to look forward to here this afternoon. But for now, let's send it up to Lee Drake for all today's program and equipment changes. Lee.
Well, thanks very much, Kurt, and welcome to Redshores Racetrack and Casino, overlooking the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park for event number 40 of the meet here today. And just a beautiful afternoon for the first part of the doubleheader this afternoon, racing on a fast track, and the temperature at 20 degrees. The track is rated by the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission, and today the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges, Mr. Gary Devine and Mr. Dylan Elaine. Now, here are your program and equipment changes for the Saturday afternoon program. Let's open up the program on race number 1, the number 2 entry, Next in Line, Blind to Blinkers. That's an equipment change on the 1, number 2, Next in Line, Blind to Blinkers. In race number 2, the number 1, Proud of You Today, adds a burr head pole on the inside. The number 3, No Fool McKinley, removing Pelling Pacifier and adds a Murphy blind inside. That's the number 1, Proud of You Today, adds a burr head pole inside. The number 3, No Fool McKinley, in race number 2, remove Pelling Pacifier and add Murphy blind inside. The number 4, Elm Grove Rest Wind, has a line to be announced. It was a qualifier here on September the 7th. The track was fast, temperature 17 degrees, and the qualifier in 2:02 and 2. David Dowling did the driving that day. Now turn over to race number 5. The number 5 entry, Better Than Cash, Blind to Cheek Rolls. That's an equipment change on the number 5 in race 5, Better Than Cash, Blind to Cheek Rolls. Turn over to race number 7. Race number 7, the number 1, Incredible 2, Open to Blind Bridle. It's number 1, Incredible 2, Open to Blind Bridle. The number 4 entry, Daisy River, Blind to Swedish Blind. That's the number 4, Daisy River, race number 7, Blind to Swedish Blind Bridle. Your next change is in race number 8. Number 7, Woodmere Clara. Remove Tony Morgan Spreader. Remove earplugs. That's the number 7, Woodmere Clara, race number 8. Remove Tony Morgan Spreader and earplugs. Over to race number 10 is next on your program and equipment changes sheet today. The number 2 entry, Speaking of Shadow, Blinkers to Blind, add Tony Morgan Spreader, remove Mini Bit, Tongue Tie, and Line Pole. Race number 10, the number 2, Speaking of Shadow, Blinkers to Blind, add Tony Morgan Spreader, remove Mini Bit, Tongue Tie, and Line Pole. The number 5, Go Sister, Soul Sister, adds blinkers. So those are your equipment and changes up until this point, with 24 minutes to go before first race post time. And we'll send it back down now to my co-host Kurt Hughes on the race day broadcast desk to set up the betting menu and promotional plays on this PEI Colts Stakes weekend.
Thank you very much, Lee. Red Shores is pleased to offer the new Early Pick 4 with a $500 guarantee pool beginning on race 2, and the Super High 5 is on race 5, and again on race 13 with a low 15% takeout. An on-track guess, the Pick 5 starts in race number 6, and the ballots are inside the front cover of today's racing program, and the jackpot is $500, and your ballots must be in before the start of race number 6. And you can also tag your ticket with the wild horses for a chance to win $25 jackpots on each race. And welcome to our HPI players. We appreciate your business, and you can use your account right here on the track with our free Wi-Fi and beat the lines. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the playing of our national anthem. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are 21 minutes away from the Saturday afternoon opener on this doubleheader Saturday.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. Today we have a 13-dash program for you this afternoon, and then tonight we have a 15-dash card. It's going to be a dandy card tonight as well, but this afternoon, we have freshman colts and fillies in the PEI Colt Stakes Grassroots and Gold divisions. And in race 11, we have the freshman colts Gold division, and it is a beautiful race. A field of 6, and we're going to see two really nice colts go head-to-head. One is on the rail. That is Tobin's Prophet and Jason Hughes. The other is on the outside. That is the 6 Fisherman's Son and Danny Gillis. And Danny Gillis and Fisherman's Son, they had their coming out party there in Summerside in the Joe Bryan Gold Division. It was an incredible mile. I remember talking to driver Danny Gillis prior to this race, and he mentioned what a great job Walter Walker had done training this colt down, taking his time with him, and that Danny had trained him a couple times and thought he was a real nice colt and would give Malignity and Tobin's Prophet a run for their money later in the season. Well, they didn't have to wait too long, because the very next week he put in an incredible mile in Summerside in that Joe Bryan Gold. Let's take a look at that replay. Fisherman's Son and Danny Gillis capturing Joe Bryan Gold.
In fifth, then sixth. That's how Mac Charmer and the trailer, Tobin's Prophet, by the opening half mile. And here's Malignity to take over the lead. 58 and 1 was the half. No Boats on Sunday is second. Fisherman's Son has taken over third on the outside. Bacon on a Biscuit at the rail fourth. Meraki is fifth. How Mac Charmer and trailing the field. Tobin's Prophet, they go to 3/4. Malignity getting him there. Fisherman's Son has moved up second. No Boats on Sunday back to third. Bacon on a Biscuit is fourth. 3/4 up in 1:26 until down to an eighth of a mile left to go. They do have a shot at the track record, and they're homeward bound. Malignity the leader. Fisherman's Son coming with them on the outside. Deep stretch now as they come to the wire. Fisherman's Son upsets them for Danny Gillis. Second is Malignity. Third will go to Bacon on a Biscuit. Time for the mile, 1:55.4.
That was just an incredible mile. Malignity looked like he was unbeatable this summer off his recent performances, but Fisherman's Son and Danny Gillis, they were up for the challenge. A first up bid there. They lost their cover. They didn't really have any cover, and they did it all on their own that day. It was an incredible mile. The start prior to that, he won an A stake in Charlottetown in 58 and 2, but prior to that, he made a break and was a winner in a maiden in 201. So he's kind of flying under the radar until that moment. And what an incredible mile that was in Summerside. He followed that up the next week in St. John in the Milton Downey, and he won by a romp there by 8.5 lengths, mile and 59 and 1. So this colt's coming into his own. Danny was right. He nailed it. This colt is getting better and better each week, and he is the one to beat here this afternoon. Fisherman's Son and Danny Gillis. They have post 6 in race 11, purse 12,300. It's a real good division. Tobin's Prophet, as I mentioned, is on the rail for Jason Hughes. No Boats on Sunday. Miles Heffernan has post 2. Meraki and Jill Barrio have post 3. Howmack, Charmer, and Dowling have post 4. And Brookdale Seb also having a real nice season for Pooker McCollum. They have post 5. And that is the field in race 11. It should be a fantastic race. We're about 11 away here from the Saturday afternoon opener, and I'll be back after the parade to pick up my top choices.
The first division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old pacing fillies grassroots divisions is the afternoon's first race. Here's the post parade. Salisbrook Wonder, number 1, owned by Sean Murphy of Charlottetown, trained by Tom Weatherby. David Dowling drives. Entitled Express, number 2, owned by Danica Ellis and Mark Dean of Brookfield, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Next in line 3 is owned by John Quinn. George Stevenson of Charlottetown, trained by Stephen Quinn, driven by Jason Hughes. Red Dirt Flash, number 4, is owned by Dan Ross of Belfast, trained and driven by Gilles Burial. 5 is Woodmere Macarena, owned by Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, and Wayne McCrae. Paul Angel trains and drives. Royals Alley, number 6, owned by Ryan Doucette of South Rossigo. Cliff Murphy is the trainer. Kenny Murphy drives. 4 minutes wagering time on the first. This is Race Day Live. The oldest standard-bred stakes race in Canada, the PEI Colt Stakes, celebrates its 88th anniversary this year as we start the doubleheader Saturday. We will also feature some past champions on the broadcast. Kurt Hughes comes next on Race Day.
Okay, there's a look at our early pick 4 tickets, which kicks off in race 2. The early pick 4 kicks off in race 2, and I'm going to go with the 5 in that opening leg. I like Redland Sampson in that opening leg. And then in race 3, I'm going to go with the 4. I like Redland Bethany Jean and Brody McPhee to get it done in that second leg. In the third leg, race 4, I'm going to go with the Colt on the Rail, Impeccable Shadow, and Adam Murner. They've been putting together some pretty nice miles, and so I like Impeccable Shadow to get it done. And then Post Time Picks and we are going separate ways in that final leg I like the 3 Grand Ave Legend and Jason Hughes to get it done. And Post Time Picks is going to go with Fernhill Dynamic and Barrio. So my early pick 4 ticket is 5413. Post Time Picks going 5414. Out onto the track we go here for race 1, part of this doubleheader Saturday. This is the first of 28 races here today in Charlottetown. It is PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies grassroots purse $5,875, and there is my top choice scoring down for Mark Campbell. That is the 2 Entitled Express, a 2-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror, owned by Danica Ellis and Mark Dean, Brookfield, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell is the trainer and driver. A winner in an A stake 3 back in Inverness. A nice win there from the rail. They cut it out the entire mile, 59-2, 29-2 closing quarter. That is the lone win for this filly from 6 starts, closing in on 5,000 made, putting together some pretty nice miles. So I like Entitled Express to get it done here. I like the price too, 9-2. Okay, and for you exactor players, I'm going to put in the 5 Woodmere Macarena. Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, and Wayne McCrae are the owners of this 2-year-old filly. I roll with it, Harry Paul Angel, the trainer and driver. Pretty nice effort there in Summerside in Ladies Slipper grassroots action. Head post 6, got away 6 by 7 3/4, and rallied to be second on that day. Closed it out 28-4 for a mile of 2:02 and 2. Fifth prior to that, 59-1, and a good second in an A stake in Inverness in behind Go Sister, Soul Sister. Closed it out that day 28-3. So a real stone cold closer here, Woodmere Macarena. She is a major threat in here and currently 5-2 on the board. Here's a filly who seems to be getting better every week, and that is the 3 Next in Line, a 2-year-old filly by Peng Shui, owned by John Quinn and George Stevenson of Charlottetown. Stephen Quinn, the trainer, and Jason Hughes going to do the driving. How about that trip last time out? Lady Slipper grassroots action in Summerside. Had the rail, got away third, and just missed. Finished second, closed strong there for a mile of 2 minutes 4/5. Prior to that, a good fourth in Atlantic Sire Stake B division in Charlottetown during Old Home Week. So making her third pari-mutuel start and getting better each week. Starting at a good spot mid-pack here in the gate, post 3, Next in Line. I like her for third on my Triactor ticket. I went 2-5-3 in here, and the 3 right now, 7-2. And the 3 Next in Line by Peng Shui has a gelded half-brother sired by Dolly in the Atlantic Classic yearling sales, selling as Hip 47, named Got a Little Jingle, consigned by Walter Chevrolet. The 4 Red Dirt Flash has a gelded full brother in the Atlantic Classic yearling sales, selling as Hip 33, named Red Dirt Rodeo, and consigned by Lowell Balderston. And post 5 starter Woodmere Macarena has a half-sister sired by Arthur Blue Chip in the upcoming sale, selling as Hip 54, named Woodmere Luna, and consigned by Woodmere Farms. Two-year-old fillies lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the first of 28 races here today. Let's send it over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Salzbrook Wonder, Entitled Express, Next in Line, Red Dirt Flash, Woodmere Macarena, Royals Alley, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Royals Alley from the outside towards the rail. That's Entitled Express. In between horses, Next in Line, and also between horses comes a Red Dirt Flash. And off stride on the turn goes Royals Alley. To the backstretch they go. It'll be Campbell aboard Entitled Express. Out in front by 4 early. Next in Line is second. Red Dirt Flash races third. Fourth is Salzbrook Wonder. Racing from 5th, Woodmere Macarena, trailing the field. Royals Alley on by the opening quarter mile, and Entitled Express was there in 29 and won the lead 3. Racing second is Next in Line. Red Dirt Flash looks after third. On the turn 4th is Salzbrook Wonder. 5th up the rail, Woodmere Macarena, trailing the field. Royals Alley down the stretch for the first time, approaching the half mile. Entitled Express, the midway point leader. Racing second, Next in Line. Salzbrook Wonder marches on the outside now. Then in 4th is Red Dirt Flash. 5th is Woodmere Macarena. Trailing, that's Royals Alley. 1 minute. And 1/5 was the half mile. They're at the 5/8 now. On the lead, Entitled Express. Salzbrook Wonder races second. Next in Line third. Woodmere Macarena takes over 4th. Red Dirt Flash is 5th, and Royals Alley trailing 3/4 next. Entitled Express still there. From the outside, Salzbrook Wonder is at her wheel. Racing into third. That's Woodmere Macarena. 3/4 in 1. 29 and 3. 29 and 2 in the third quarter, and they're headed on home in the first division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Entitled Express looking to take it all the way. Salzbrook Wonder is second. Woodmere Macarena on the line. Entitled Express in it. The rail hangs on for Mark Campbell. Second is Salisbrook Wonder. Woodmere Macarena third. 1:58.4.
Okay, we're getting a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here for race one. It was PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies grassroots. I like this filly to get the job done. She's a little bit bigger than her sister, if I recall. Ezra Express was a little bit smaller than this filly. She a real good gait for Mark Campbell here and a real nice mile here right on the front end. 29 and 1 half minute 1/5. David Dowling and the one Salisbrook Wonder. I left her off my ticket because she was making those breaks, so it was a little risky play for me. But she turned on the afterburners there at the half, and wow, was she putting together a real nice mile here. They get up to the three quarters, 129 and 3. They continued to battle, and down the stretch, it looked like Campbell was going to win by a couple lengths, but the one Salisbrook Wonder and Dowling, they made it interesting late. They dug in and they fought back, and they almost got the job done in here, but it was Entitled Express and Campbell hanging on for that narrowing victory by, I would say, maybe a quarter length, maybe even a head there at the wire. It was a pretty nice trip, 1:58 and 4, and that's a new pacing record for this 2-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror. And we'll see Entitled Express and Campbell back in the winner's circle in a moment.
Entitled Express arriving at the first race winner's circle by pacing filly 2 by Stonebridge Terror from the I Am a Fool Dam Expressly Hanover, owned by Danica Ellis and Mark Dean of Brookfield, Nova Scotia. Danica Ellis of Brookfield, Nova Scotia is the breeder. Mark Campbell training and driving guides her to a new record today, 1:58 and 4. Entitled Express in the PEI Colt Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Syntrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Syntrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results now in the first. Salisbrook Wonder was second, Entitled Express the winner. Next in line, fourth. Red Dirt Flash, sixth. Woodmere Macarena, third. Royals Alley finished fifth. They went 29 and 1, 1 minute 1. 129 and 3, and the mile 1:58 and 4. From the top, 214, 635. Entitled Express, 750 to win. Exactor 34.20, Triactor 74.70, and the Superfactor was 9.31.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hbibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Enjoy the action from our restaurants, grandstand, simulcast theater, or the casino, and you can place your bet at the track on your smartphone too through hbibet.com. Just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. Just another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi. The Atlantic Classic yearling sale will take place on October 7th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds in Crapo, PEI. Start time is 2 p.m. and you can watch and register to bid online by visiting liveauctions.tv. The online catalog, track it links, sale updates, outs list, pictures, and videos are available at peiharnessracing.ca and atlanticclassic.com.
Two-year-old Colt Pacers in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second race post parade. Number 1, Proud of You Today. Owned by Gordon, David, and Douglas Neal and Keith Ford. Keith is the trainer. Adam Murner drives. Bad Boy Boogie 2 is owned by Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station. Dana does the training. Mike McGuigan up. No Fool McKinley 3 is owned by Garth Cole of Kensington and Alfred Baglow of Freetown. Trained by Garth Cole. Kenny Arsenault drives. Elm Grove West Wind is the 4, owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale and James Quinn of York. David Dowling trains and drives. Five is Redland Sampson, owned by Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy driving. 6 Nibbler, owned by Greyland Farm Gulf Shore, and Joseph Gamba from Pugwash, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell training and driving. 5 minutes to post time. This is the start of the early pick 4 with the low 15% takeout.
Okay, there's a look at the win photo from the opener with Entitled Express holding on for that narrow victory over Salzbrook, Wonder, and Dowling. Wow, that was closer than I thought on the line. I thought he may have got there by a neck or quarter length, but it was a narrowing by a head margin. Wow, that was close in the opener there with Entitled Express getting it done in race 1. Three minutes away from post time here in race 2. It is a PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old colt grassroots division purse, $6,150. And we have exactor wagering. We have superfecta triactor wagering. We also kick off the early pick 4 in here. We have that wild horses tag in each race, and the jackpot is $25. And here is my top choice in here. This is is the 5 Redland Samson, 2-year-old gelding by Artsby. Kenny Murphy is going to do the driving for trainer Cliff Murphy. And Rod Gillis of Nova Scotia, Don Smith of PEI, Paul Hogan of Alberta, and Troy Cudmore of PEI share ownership in this 2-year-old. And he was a real good winner here in an overnight event here from post 1. He got it done. He romped on that day, winning by 5 1/4 lengths in 58 and 4. And a good trip prior to that in Summerside in Joe O'Brien grassroots division there, finishing 3rd. He got away 5th by 11, 5th by 13 at the half, and rallied to be 3rd, only beaten 5 and change in 2 minutes 1/5. 28 and 3 closing quarter on that day. So I like this guy on top of my tri-actor ticket, and everyone else on board with this guy. 1-9 currently. And if Post Parade can tell the story here in this second race, Bad Boy Boogie looked sharp there in Post Parade for Mike McGuigan. This colt looks like he's raring to go here today. 2-year-old colt by Peng Shui, owned by Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station. Bad Boy Boogie has 1 win and 2 seconds from 4 starts. That's 3 for 4 in the top 2, with over 5,000 made, a mark of 2:01 and 2, taking 3 back there in a B division during Old Home Week. It was a real good game effort. First up, winning by 4 lengths, closed it out 29 and 4. Prior to that, in that race, just prior to that, 4th and 58 and 2. And then second there in Summerside to Starship Glide in his latest paces mile in 2 minutes 2/5. This Colt's raring to go here today. Bad Boy Boogie right now 9-2. Okay, down to a minute to go here before post time here in race 2. And to close out my triactor, I'm going to go with the 6 Nibbler, 2-year-old gelding by Stonebridge Terror, owned by Greyland Farm, and Joseph Gamba. Mark Campbell, the trainer and driver, made a break in that last outing in Summerside. I'm going to throw that line right out. And the start prior to that was a nice mile in 2 minutes 2/5, finishing 3rd and 3rd prior to that in 2 minutes 3/5, both in Atlantic Sire Stakes A division action, and against some pretty nice horses like Malignity and No Boats on Sunday. So I like Nibbler to round out my ticket at 5-1. Redland Samson, Kenny Murphy, 1-4 currently. They are the bettor's choice right now on the board, but the body language in the post parade from the 2 Bad Boy Boogie, he might have something to say about it here in race 2 as the 2-year-old Colts line up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Proud of you today, Bad Boy Boogie. No Fool McKinley, Elm Grove Westwind. A Redland Sampson Nibbler, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Bad Boy Boogie's on the run here, getting out. Into the turn they go, and at the rail, Proud of You today is the leader. Up on the outside is Redland Sampson second. Nibbler driving from the outside third. Now fourth at the rail is No Fool McKinley. Racing from fifth, that is Elm Grove Westwind, and offstride at the back is Bad Boy Boogie. So they go to the opening quarter, and here comes a Redland Sampson in line to Kenny Murphy to take over the lead. Second, Proud of You today. Up into third, that's Nibbler. Racing from fourth, No Fool McKinley. Elm Grove Westwind is fifth. And in the backfield, Bad Boy Boogie, the trailer. 30 seconds flat was the quarter. On the point now, it's Redland Sampson, the leader. Racing from second, Proud of You today. Third up the rail is Nibbler. No Fool McKinley goes fourth. Elm Grove Westwind is fifth. And in the backfield, Bad Boy Boogie. They approach the opening half mile, led by Redland Sampson. He's halfway home. Proud of You today races second. The long shots in the two-hole. Nibbler with the leaders third. Back into fourth, No Fool McKinley. Then it's Elm Grove Westwind fifth, and the trailer, Bad Boy Boogie. 60 seconds flat was the half. 3/8 left to go. Redland Sampson the leader by 2. On Proud of You today, there goes Nibbler to the outside third. No Fool McKinley is there fourth. Then in fifth, it's Elm Grove Westwind, and trailing Bad Boy Boogie. They arrive at three-quarters, led by Redland Sampson. He's opening up a little more from the outside. Nibbler takes over second. 3/4 in 1:30 and 2. Down to 1/8 of a mile left to go. Redland Sampson turning home. Nibbler is edging closer on the outside second. Moving into third, No Fool McKinley. Deep stretch now. Redland Sampson. Nibbler on the outside is coming. Redland Sampson hangs on in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second, that's Nibbler. No Fool McKinley third. 1:59.4.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here for race 2. It was PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old colts, grassroots division purse, $6,150. An unfortunate miscue at the start for Bad Boy Boogie and McGuigan. It looked like they had intentions of going to the front, but made that break just as they said go. And that opened things up for Redland Sampson and Kenny Murphy just to get right to the front. Pretty easy. Fraction 30 seconds, half in a minute, 1:30 and 2. Really no pressure until the final quarter where Nibbler made his move for Mark Campbell there, and they closed it out 29 and 2 on the end of it. It looks like Kenny Murphy's going to hang on here for the victory with Redland Sampson over Nibbler, who closed strong here for Campbell. Defy Redland Sampson put in a couple steps at the wire, but it looks like he hangs on for that victory. Nice mile here, 1:59 and 4 here in PEI Colt Stakes grassroots action here in the second.
Redland Sampson arriving at the second race winner's circle, by pacing gelding 2 by Arch Peak from the Umbro McIntosh Dam, Lady Sometimes, owned by Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Trained by Cliff Murphy, driven to victory by Kenny Murphy, and the colt bred by Arnold Hagen of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Time for the mile in 1:59 and 4. Redland Sampson in a division of the PEI Colt Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. The top tier of Atlantic Canadian stallions have their hooves planted firmly at Windermere Farms in Springvale, PEI. When breeding an Atlantic Canadian champion, look no further than Malicious, Legion of Honor, Source of Pride, and Somewhere Fancy. Go to Windermere Farms, PEI.weebly.com for more information.
Here's the official results in the second. Proud of You Today, 4th. Bad Boy Boogie, 6th. No Fool McKinley, 3rd. Elm Grove Rest Win, 5th. Redland Sampson, the race winner. Nibbler finished 2nd. Fractions of 30, 1 minute. 1:30 and 2. And the mile went 1:59 and 4. In review, it's 4:63, 5:12. Redland Sampson paid $220. The exactor 1540, triactor 145.20, superfactor was 25.53. The early daily double 10.60.
Red Shores is pleased to offer a new fan zone in the lower level of Red Shores. This area has high top tables, new flat screen TVs featuring live and off-track horse racing. You can also place your bets by using our free Red Shores guest Wi-Fi on your mobile device through hbibet.com. And we get a look at the picks here for race 3. I'm going to go 4-1-7. Post time picks like 4-3-1. Classifier's choice is 4-1-3. We all like Redland, Bethany, Jean, and Brody McPhee to get it done here. 2-year-old filly by Art Speak, a winner in her latest start. So the 4 right now currently 3-2 on the board. Post break coming up next.
Two-year-old filly pacers for the third race post parade. Little Reese's Pieces, number 1, owned by Olivia May, Herman McQuaid, Sean McIsaac, and Ben Legault, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Werner drives. J.J. Aurora, number 2, is owned by Robert McLeod and Wayne Gillis. Robert is the trainer. Redmond Doucette drives. Gin and Tonic 3, owned by Brian Foley, Mark Gallant, Sterling McClure, and Donnie Sweet. Mike McGuigan, the trainer driver. Redland Bethany Jean, number 4, owned by Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. 5 is Stone Cold Girl, owned by Guy Turbide, Robert Portier, Jonathan Theriot, and Stefan Boudreau, trained and driven by David Dowling. Midnight Love 6, Donnie McNeil Cornwall, the owner, trainer, and the driver. 7 is Salisbrook Mabel, owned by Salisbrook Farms Incorporated of Windsor and Joe Baxter of Falmouth, Nova Scotia. Joe does the training. Mark Bradley's in the sulky. 3 minutes wagering time on the third. It's PEI Colt Stakes weekend in Prince Edward Island. Kurt Hughes picks up the field after this message from Tourism PEI.
This island, it's a place of new discoveries that's been waiting here for you. In every breath of wind and grain of sand, one island voice speaks through. This is a land of adventures, big and small, and quiet moments to wonder at the beauty of it all. This place, this island, it's for you and for me. This place, this island, it's where your spirit can be free. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies grassroots on track here for race 3, purse $5,875. And there's a look at our top choice on the screen right now. That is the 4 Redland Bethany Jean, 2-year-old filly by Art Speak, owned by Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Tom Weatherby, the trainer, and Brody McPhee is going to do the driving. He was in the seat last time out for a win in a maiden event in Summerside. Closed it out 28-2 for a nice mile of 2 minutes flat. One win from 4 starts, a little over 2,000 made. Made a few breaks there down the line, but looks to have things ironed out. Tom Weatherby seems to have this filly moving in the right direction, and her latest, it was her best. So I'll look for her to get a little better each and every week, and I think she'll be even a little better here today. Currently 9-5 on the board. And there is the 1 Little Reese's Pieces, owned by Olivia May, Herman McQuaid, Sean McIsaac, and Ben Legault. This is a 2-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror. Adam Murner will drive for trainer Melissa Rennie. 3 for 6 in the top 3. Still looking for win number 1. Almost 3,000 made so far in those 6 starts. A nice effort last time out in ladies slipper grassroots action in Summerside. 201-1, 29-3 closing quarter. Second prior to that, and a good second prior to that as well. So 2 seconds and a third in the last 3 starts. I like the consistency of Little Reese's Pieces, and so I'm going to put her in for second on my ticket. Currently 9-2. And now we're getting a look at Salisbrook Mabel, the 7 here, making her parimutuel debut. This is a 2-year-old filly by Malicious, the Sports Writer Dam Southwind Oasis. And Malicious sure knows how to throw a good-looking youngster. And this filly's a real nice-looking filly. And how about that qualifier? Back half 59-2, closing quarter 28-4 for Mark Bradley there, 202-2. Salisbrook Stables and Joe Baxter are the owners, and Joe Baxter, he's good with the fillies, and he is the trainer. Mark Bradley gets a live mount in here. Currently, she is the favorite. She does have the outside post 7, so I elected to put her for third on my ticket, but I would not be surprised if she gets the job done in here, and now currently 7-5 on the board. Two-year-old fillies lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's third race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Little Reese's Pieces, J.J. Aurora, Gin and Tonic, Redland Bethany Jean, Stone Cold Girl, Midnight Love, and Salisbrook Mabel. Second division of the 2-year-old filly Pacers in the PEI Colt Stakes. On the gate, top of the stretch. Here they come. Offstride goes the 2, J.J. Aurora. Into the turn they go, and at the rail, Little Reese's Pieces is the leader. Gin and Tonic second. Coming from the outside is Salisbrook Mabel third. Fourth on the turn, that's Redland Bethany Jean. Offstride on the lead. Little Reese's Pieces jumped it off. On the backstretch, it's Gin and Tonic and Mike McGuigan now the leaders. Second is Salisbrook Mabel, and she's coming early now, vacating the 2-hole and going on after the leader. As they arrive at the opening quarter, Salisbrook Mabel takes over for Mark Bradley. Gin and Tonic now second. Redland Bethany Jean third. Racing from fourth, Stone Cold Girl. Then in fifth is Midnight Love. Sixth along the inside, that is Little Reese's Pieces. Trailing J.J. Aurora. 29 and 3 opened it up, and down the stretch they come. Approaching the midway point, led by Salisbrook Mabel. She makes her debut today. Second is Gin and Tonic, racing third. Redland Bethany Jean. Fourth, from the outside, that is Stone Cold Girl. Midnight Love at the rail, fifth. On the outside, sixth, Little Reese's Pieces. Trailing seventh, J.J. Aurora. 59 and 4 was the half. They approach 5/8, led by Salisbrook Mabel. Gin and Tonic second. There goes Redland Bethany Jean to the outside third. Racing from fourth, Stone Cold Girl. Little Reese's Pieces now fifth. In sixth, Midnight Love. Trailing J.J. Aurora. They're over to 3/4, and Salisbrook Mabel gets them there. Redland Bethany Jean has moved up to second. 3/4 up in 1:30 and 1 on the turn for the final time. They arrive at the 7/8. Salisbrook Mabel turning home, clear by 2. Second is Redland Bethany Jean. Up third on the outside, Stone Cold Girl in the PEI Colt Stakes. In her debut, Salisbrook Mabel for Mark Bradley. Second is Redland Bethany Jean. Stone Cold Girl rallied on to be third. 1:58 and 1. Closing quarter, 28 seconds flat.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here for race 3. PEI Cold Stakes 2-year-old filly Grassroots. Post 7, not a problem for this 2-year-old filly by Malicious, Salzbrook, Mabel, and Bradley. Bradley with the power drive here. He didn't want to sit in the 2-hole. He kept on going right to the front, 29-3. A perfectly rated mile by Bradley. Look at him sitting chilly down the lane here. He's got the lean on, getting to the wire. And this filly was super here. 59-4, 130-1. Closed it out 28 flat for a nice, impressive debut here. 158-1. She gets it done for Bradley, and that is Mark Bradley's 996 victory. He is just 4 away from that milestone 1,000 wins. He inches closer here with a victory aboard Salzbrook Mabel in PEI Cold Stakes Grassroots action here in the third.
Joe Baxter has another stable star. She's very impressive in her debut this afternoon here in Charlottetown. Here's the 7, Salzbrook Mabel. Arriving at the third race winner's circle, Bay facing filly 2 by Malicious off the Sports Rider Dam Southwind Oasis. Home of the Salzbrook Stable Incorporated of Windsor and Joe Baxter of Falmouth, Nova Scotia. The filly bred by Salzbrook Stable Incorporated and Rebecca Hamilton. She's trained by Joe Baxter and driven to victory by Mark Bradley, debuting in 158-1 to a maiden record. Salzbrook Mabel in the PEI Colt Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results now from the third. Little Reese's Pieces 6, J.J. Aurora 7th, Gin and Tonic 4th, Redland Bethany Jean was 2nd, Stone Cold Girl 3rd, Midnight Love 5th, Salzbrook Mabel, a race winner, 29-3, 59-4, 130-1, and the mile 158-1. In review, 674, 23, 51. Salzbrook Mabel paid $720. The exactor 1240, triactor 238.60, and the superfecta 54.52.
The Atlantic Invitational Series Road to the Premier's Cup began with the Walter Dale at EPR with events around the Maritimes, including the Governor's Plate, Lindsay Cup, Premier's Pace, Gogwin Memorial, and last night the Johnny Conroy was held in Truro, and Twin B Tough Enough got it done for Barrio in 150-4. It was an incredible finish there with Twin B Tough Enough getting it done on the line, and David Dowling was a close second with his steed, but Twin B Tough Enough looks to be emerging as maybe the favorite as we head into the Richard Campbell Memorial presented by Reliable Motors on October 1st. It all leads to the Atlantic Invitational Premier's Cup, which will be held on October 9th in Charlottetown. And I think we're going to get a look at the standings. Oh, the post braid's coming up next. We'll look at the standings after the post braid.
Fourth race on the track, number 1, Impeccable Shadow, owned by Dale and Ronnie Reddy Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Melissa is the trainer, Adam Werner driving. 2 is J.J. Landon, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. Number 3 is Roman Raven, owned by David Ferguson of Sydney. Paul Niven of Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Tom Weatherby, Mark Campbell. King of Kensington, 4, owned by Ian Donald of Fredericton, New Brunswick, trained by Earl Watts. Miles Heffernan Sr. drives. 5 is Tobin's Party, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. 6 is a Redland Wrangler, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, trained by Jeff Holmes, today David Dowling. 5 minutes wagering time in race number 4, proud to spotlight some of the past champions on the PEI Colt Stakes weekend. Kurt Hughes will have the details next.
Okay, we are honoring past champions here during PEI Colt Stakes action, and here's a look at Bet 'em Again. Bet 'em Again set a stakes record of 154-1 at 2, winning his PEI Colt Stakes division. Bred and co-owned by Jeff Lilly, co-owned by Blair McLaughlin and Ian McDonald, trained by George Renison, and driven by Gilles Barrio. Okay, here before race 4 is PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old Colts Grassroots. They are on track here in race 4. We have Exactor, Superfecta, Tractor Wagering, Win, Play, Show, and that Wild Horses tag. Jackpot is $25. And Impeccable Shadow, my top choice, 2-year-old gelding by Shadow Play, made that break in his latest outing from Post 1. He was cutting it all out and putting together a pretty nice mile, but ended up 4th, race timed in 58-4. 3rd prior to that, 57-3. And then a winner, 3 back there in PEI Colt Stakes action, 58-4. He romped on that day, 29-1. Real nice, good-looking son of Shadow Play. Melissa Rennie, the trainer, and Dale and Ronnie Rennie, along with Melissa, she co-owns this 2-year-old. And so I like him on top of my ticket from Post 1. I think they're going to go right down the road here today, 4-5 currently. Gilberto, the trainer and driver of the two. J.J. Landon, a 2-year-old colt by Tobago Cays. He was second in his last outing there in a Joe O'Brien grassroots event in Summerside. He's owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, closing in on 5,000 made, making his 5th parimutuel start. Off that last trip, I put him in for second on my ticket. I like a 1-2 exactor here, currently 8-1 on the board. Roman Raven is the 3, 2-year-old gelding by Malicious. Mark Campbell going to do the catch driving here for trainer Tom Weatherby. David Ferguson of Sydney and Paul Niven of Halifax are the owners. 1 win in 2/3 from just 4 starts, 3 for 4 in the top 3, a mark of 2:05 taken at Northside Downs there in his debut. Made a break in that last outing with broken equipment, a break prior to that, but he was making a big move there in Atlantic Sire Stake A division action in Charlottetown during old home weeks. So off of those 2 breaks, it's kind of a risky play here, but this guy has shown a lot of talent, a good-looking son of Malicious. I like Roman Raven for 3rd on my ticket. He's offering a good price right now, 9-2 currently. And Tobin's Party, the 5 entry in here by Malicious, has a gelded half-brother sired by Shanghai Phil in the upcoming Atlantic Classic yearling sale, selling his hip 115, named Tobin's Barn Party. It's consigned by Wendell Williams. Impeccable Shadow, the current choice right now at 1-4 as the 2-year-old Colts line up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's 4th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Impeccable Shadow, J.J. Landon, Roman Raven, King of Kensington, Tobin's Party, a Redland Wrangler, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Redland Wrangler from the outside, between horses Tobin's Party, and at the rail, that's J.J. Landon leading on them into the turn. Away second is Tobin's Party. Now at the rail 3rd, Impeccable Shadow, between horses 4th, King of Kensington. 5th at the rail, Roman Raven, and now the trailer, Redland Wrangler. So on the backstretch, going to the opening quarter, J.J. Landon for Barry. Oh, early company coming to call. The heavy favorite, Impeccable Shadow, drives up to take over the lead, in line to Adam Murner. J.J. Landon is second, Tobin's Party 3rd, 29. And for the quarter, 4th is Roman Raven. On the turn, King of Kensington 5th, and to the outside, the trailer, Redland Wrangler. Down the stretch they come. They're strung out at 10 en route to the opening half mile, led by Impeccable Shadow. J.J. Landon goes second. Back into third is Tobin's Party. Fourth is Roman Raven. Then in fifth, King of Kensington. On the outside, the trailer. That's Redland Wrangler. At the midway point, it's Impeccable Shadow in 59 and 1. Racing second, J.J. Landon. Third around the turn is Tobin's Party. Fourth on the cones is Roman Raven. King of Kensington fifth. Outside the trailer, that's Redland Wrangler. They're going to three-quarters, and they're chasing Impeccable Shadow. Opening up now, a clear three. J.J. Landon is second between horses. Tobin's Party, three high. That's Roman Raven in fourth. Three-quarters tripped in 1:29 and 3 on the turn for the final time, approaching the 7/8. It's all Impeccable Shadow. Clear by 5. J.J. Landon holds second. Tobin's Party third. Roman Raven fourth. Deep in the stretch as they come to the wire. Impeccable Shadow for Adam Murner in the PEI Colt Stakes. Roman Raven might have rallied up second with J.J. Landon third. 1:58.2.
Okay, the Universal Slow-Mo here is on the screen right now for race 4, and it was Adam Murner and Impeccable Shadow. They took their time off the wings, let the dust settle. J.J. Landon and Barrio, they busted off the wings with the 5, Tobin's Party and Jason Hughes. They sat 1 too early, but Murner didn't wait long. He pulled on the right line and made his way to the front there, 29 and 4, 59 and 1, 129 and 3. Murner gives his colt a little couple reminders at the top of the stretch, a few tippy taps, and this colt was on cruise control from then on. Closing quarter, 28 and 4. A nice mile here today, 1:58 and 2, and that's a new pacing record for this son of Shadow Play. Impeccable Shadow gets it done here in race 4, PEI Colt Stakes Grassroots Division.
Impeccable Shadow arriving at the fourth race winner's circle, pacing Black Gelding 2 by Shadow Play from the Western Ideal Dam Azure Bluestone, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie, the colt bred by Greg McKenzie. Melissa Rennie does the training. Adam Murner is in the driver's seat to guide him to a new pacing record of 1:58 and 2. Impeccable Shadow in the PEI Colt Stakes. Colt Stakes.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now, the official results from the fourth race: Impeccable Shadow, the winner; J.J. Landon, third; Roman Raven was second; King of Kensington, fifth; Tobin's Party, fourth; Redland Wrangler was sixth; Fractions up 29 and 4, 59 and 1, 129 and 3, and the mile 158 and 2. In review, 132, 546. Impeccable Shadow paid 280. The exactor was 870, triactor 1670, and the superfecta 469.
There's a look at that tight place photo there in that fourth race with Roman Raven just getting up in the final strides for Mark Campbell to get the two J.J. Landon and Barrio on the line there. Roman Raven is a hard closing second there with Impeccable Shadow getting it done as he romped in his division of the PEI Colt Stakes. And here is a look inside the paddock, courtesy of the Paddock Cam, presented by Red Shores. And the upcoming fifth race is the Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial. And we have Exactor Super High Five Triactor Wagering, Win Play Show, and the Wild Horses Tag. Jackpot is $25. And Vance and I will be back with our Super High Five tickets. But there's a look at our Triactor plays. I like a 3-1-4 post time picks going with a 4-1-8. Classifier's choice is 4-2-6. Post break coming up next.
The fifth race on the track, it is the Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial Trackside presentation to the winner. On parade, number 1, Jetster, owned by Stanley Harper Jr. of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Stanley Harper. Mark Campbell drives. 2, West Coast Kid, owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, Philip Kelly, and Colton Profit, trained by Philip Kelly. Kenny Arsenault driving. Grand Dev Legend 3 is owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson, and Barry McLeod, trained by Thane Arsenault. Jason Hughes drives. Fernhill Dynamic 4, owned by Cindy McDonald of Montague, trained by Jeff Holmes. Today, Jules Barrio. 5 Better Than Cash is owned, trained, and driven by Amber Campbell of Charlottetown. 6 Tobinator, owned by Bill Hicken of Vernon Bridge, trained by Trevor Hicken. Kenny Murphy driving. 7 Mayhem Man, owned by Mary Jean and Jay Noy of Clyde River. Jay Noy does the training. Brody McPhee drives. 8 The Big Chase, owned by Ian and Kenneth McKinnon. Sonny McDougall, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 5, featuring that Super High 5. And Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections in the Super High 5. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 5th, I'm going to the grandstand side, and the 8, The Big Chase. He burned a lot of money in Summerside his last start, but he got scorched over to the quarter, Kirk, in 27 until he was on the outside looking in, and I think that took enough sting out of him on that day. I'll look for him to come back today from the outside post. I like number 4, Fernhill Dynamic. He'll get burial. And Jeff Holmes has done a good job with this fellow. He's got a new record on him this year of 56-1. Going to the rail, Jester and the Mark Campbell drive. Then I like the 2 West Coast Kid and my Super High 5. I'll throw in Amber Campbell's horse, Better Than Cash. From the booth, it's 8-4-1-2-5. Kurt, your choices.
I'm looking to light up the tote board in here, Vance. I'm going to put my brother Jason Hughes on top of my Super High 5 here, with Grand Ave Legend currently 26-1 on the board, 10-1 on the Moreland line. 1 win from 16 starts, just playing a hunch here. This guy's been racing good for Thane Arsenault and company. He has this guy racing well. They were hard closing second there at the bottom of the lines from post 7, and followed it up with a nice third 3 back in 57 for Colin Kelly. So I'm going to put Grand Ave Legend on top of my ticket. Jester for second. I like the 4 Fernhill Dynamic for third. I like the Big Chase for fourth, and the 2 West Coast Kid and Kenny Arsenault for fifth. So I'm going to go 3-1-4, 8-2 in here. I'm reaching, Vance. There's a look at our Super High 5 tickets. I'm going to go 3-1-4-8-2. Vance Cameron going 8-4-1-2-5 here in race 5. Good luck with your selections. There's a look at Grand Ave Legend scoring down for the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. I just like that line at the bottom there at this identical level. Now winners a 9:01, head post 7. Got away 8 by 10, and he was closing strong for Jason on that day, 59-1. He followed that up, like I say, with a really good third 3 back in 57. And then the last 2, he had back-to-back 8th place finishes. So I'm looking for Grand Ave Legend to bounce back and return to that form that he has shown in the past here at this non-winners of 9:01 level. Currently 17-1 on the board. Like to give a shout out and congratulations to Marius on his upcoming wedding. He's celebrating with us today in the top of the park. So congratulations to you and enjoy your afternoon here at the track. Pretty good betting board here in this fifth race. The slight favorite, Jetster and Mark Campbell. Mark Campbell gets along so good with this veteran here. He has 39 wins, looking for win number 40. Could get it here today as he is 3-2. Fernhill Dynamic and Barrio. Barrio gets along good with this horse as well, 3-2 currently. And then it's pretty wide open event here for the Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial. Family and friends will be trackside with the winner, and the horses are lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's fifth race. Back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Jetster, West Coast Kid, Granddad Legend, Fernhill Dynamic, Better Than Cash, Tobinator, Mayhem Man, the Big Chase outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, the Big Chase and Fernhill Dynamic leave out between them. That's Tobinator into the turn. Jetster's got away fourth. West Coast Kid fifth. Better Than Cash on the outside sixth. Then Granddad Legend and Mayhem Man. On the backstretch they go to the quarter, led by Fernhill Dynamic for Jill's Barrio. Now tucked away second. That is the Big Chase. Racing third, Tobinator. Jetster on the rail fourth. West Coast Kid fifth. Better Than Cash sixth. Seventh is Mayhem Man. Then the trailer, Granddad Legend. The quarter was solid, 28 seconds flat. Fernhill Dynamic, the leader. Jetster on the move on the outside. Now moving up second. Third at the rail. That's the Big Chase. Racing from fourth, West Coast Kid on the outside. There goes Tobinator at the rail fifth. Then in sixth is Better Than Cash. Mayhem Man is seventh. And the trailer, that is Granddad Legend. Halfway home, and it's Fernhill Dynamic, the midway point leader in 56.4. Round the turn they go, approaching the 5/8. Fernhill Dynamic leads there. First up, second is Jetster. West Coast Kid is swinging out three wide and moving up third. The Big Chase has nowhere to go at the rail fourth. On to take over fifth. That's Better Than Cash. Now sixth. That's Tobinator. Granddad Legend seventh. And the trailer, Mayhem Man. They go back to three quarters in 1:26.2. They're on the turn for the final time. Fernhill Dynamic is still there at the rail. West Coast Kid just a neck away. Racing third, that is the Big Chase. They're homeward bound now. West Coast Kid is taken over late. In at the rail, Fernhill Dynamic, the Big Chase. It's West Coast Kid and the vintage Kenny Arsenault here. Second, the Big Chase. Fernhill Dynamic held third. 1:56.2.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here for the Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial, and there was a bit of a Donnybrook on the front end between the 4 Fernhill Dynamic and the 1 Jetster and Campbell. Fernhill Dynamic pounced off the wings, got to the front for Barrio 28. Jetster and Campbell came hard first up here early, and they battled 56-4, big fractions in the middle portion of this mile, 1:26.2. They continued to battle, but West Coast Kid and Kenny Arsenault front row seat to that battle second over. They tipped three wide, and they're going to go right on by here in deep stretch, getting it done here. 1:56.2. This is a real nice effort for West Coast Kid and his connections, trained by Philip Kelly, puts a new speed badge on this now 4-year-old gelding by Better Than Cheddar. And as Van said, in a vintage, Kenny Arsenault, the veteran, gets it done here in the 5th. West Coast Kid, 56-2. Big effort here in the 5th.
West Coast Kid arriving at the 5th race winner's circle. Big pacing gelding, the 4-year-old son of Better Than Cheddar, is off the Western Hanover Dam. Made West, owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, Philip Kelly, and a Colton Prophet. Trained by Philip Kelly and driven to victory by Kenny Arsenault. The horse gets his 5th lifetime victory. Today it's a new pacing record of 156-2. West Coast Kid in the 5th down at trackside. The Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial Cooler presentation. Now the official results in race 5. Jetster was 8th, West Coast Kid the winner. Grand Ave Legend 5th, Fernhill Dynamic 3rd, Better Than Cash 4th, Tobinator was 6th, Mayhem Man 7th, The Big Chase 2nd, 28, 56-4, 126-2, and the mile 156-2. In review, it's 815, 346, 72. West Coast Kid paid $10.20. The Exactor $251.60. Triactor $305.80. And the Super High Five $669.76.
Great pays in that 5th race. 284. Triactor paid $305.60, and that Super High Five 28453. A really nice ticket there. $669.76. Congratulations if you were able to get that there in race 5. Wow, a really great pay. Tonight's post time is 6:30 p.m. for our 15-PEI Colt Stakes card here tonight, part of our doubleheader. But evening post times here at Red Shores have moved back to 6 p.m. So 6 p.m. post time for evening post times moving forward here at Red Shores, except for tonight. First race post will be 6:30 p.m. Now race 6 coming up next. It is PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division purse $12,300, and we're going to get a look at Malignity. Malignity looking to bounce back after finishing second to Fisherman's Son in his latest start. Paul Angel, trainer and driver. We think he gets back on the winning track here today. I got like a 4-1-3. Post time picks going 4-3-1. Classifier's choice likes 4-1-5. We're about 7 away here from race 6. Post break coming up in just a moment.
The sixth race, the Gold Division of the PEI Colt Stakes, number 1 Starship Glide, owned by Claude Poirier, trained by Earl Watts, and driven by David Dowling. Salisbury Ian, number 2, owned by Red Oak Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson. Bacon on a Biscuit 3 is owned by the MCR Bacon on a Biscuit Group of Fort Lawrence, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Number 4 is Malignity, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell. Paul Langell is the trainer driver. 5, the Midnight Train, owned by Tracy McQuaid of Salmon River, Nova Scotia. Darren Crow trains and drives. 5 minutes wagering time on the 6th. It's the start of the on-track pick 5, so your balance must be in before the start of race 6. A past championship spotlight is coming up next.
That's right, fans. Here's a past champion. This guy could be described as Mr. Consistent. That is Tobin's Rebel on the screen right now with Gilles Barrio. He won his PEI Colts divisions at both 2 and 3. He was bred by Wendell Williams, owned by Dan Ross, and trained and driven by Gilles Barrio, and was 22 of 23 in the first 3 over those 2 years. A super consistent colt who campaigned here in the Maritimes, and yeah, he won his PEI Colt Stakes. A really nice colt. Speaking of really nice colts, there is one on the screen right now. That is the 4 Malignity, a handsome son of Malicious. He's out of the Royal Majesty Dam Lady Kelly and owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia. Paul Langell, the trainer and driver. 5 wins and 1 second from 7 starts, closing in on 40,000, a mark of 56-1. Taken in Churro earlier on the year, and he matched that 2 starts back where he romped in an A stake here in Charlottetown. 56-1, 28 seconds flat. He closed it out. Post 6, last time out in Joe O'Brien Gold action in Summerside. I showed that replay in our pregame with Fisherman's Son and Danny Gillis getting up to nail this guy late in the stretch, and this guy finished second, but put together a real nice mile. He got away 6 by 8 1/4. He brushed to the front there at the half, and then he got collared late, in that final quarter. But a real nice effort nonetheless, 56 flat. And so we're looking for Malignity to get back on the win streak here and start a new one here in Charlottetown. He is currently 2-5. Now we're getting a look at the one Starship Glide, 2-year-old gelding by Control the Moment, owned by Claude Poirier. And Earl Watts is the trainer, and David Dowling will do the driving and talk about streaks. This one has a 3-race win streak coming into the race. If you look there, 3 back, a winner of 58-1, had that qualifier, and then followed it up with a big win, 55-4, and an overnight, and a win again in Joe O'Brien Grassroots division there in Summerside, 59-3. So this guy is streaking as well, 3 wins and a third from just 6 starts. That mark of 55-4 taken a couple weeks ago. He's a really nice colt, and I think he will be part of this ticket for sure. I like him in the exactor, 9-2 currently. And Starship Glide, as I mentioned, he's by Control the Moment. He is a half sister, sired by Arthur Blue Chip in the Atlanta Classic yearling sales, selling as hip 92, named Starship Micah, consigned by Jamie Whalen, agent for Claude Poirier. A lot of way to play the horses here in race 6. We have exactor, superfecta, triactor wagering, win, play, show, and that wild horses tag. The jackpot is $25. And to round out my triactor ticket, I went with the 3 Bacon on a Biscuit, 2-year-old gelding by Tobago K's. 6 for 6 in the top 3. Still looking for win number 1, 3 seconds and 3/3, closing in on 20,000. A pretty nice season for not having a win yet, and maybe today is the day. Maybe he is upset-minded here. Currently 15-1. Mark Campbell, the trainer and driver for MCR Bacon on a Biscuit Group, Fort Lawrence, Nova Scotia. A nice effort last time out, 57-1 in behind Fisherman's Son and Malignity. We'll see how he does here today, but I like him for 3rd on my ticket. I'm going to go 4-1-3 in here. We're getting close here in the 6th.
Robert Williams, you're needed at the race office, please. Robert Williams, race office.
Two-year-old colts lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's 6th race. Let's send it over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Starship Glide, Salisbury, Bacon on a Biscuit, Malignity, the Midnight Train, starting gate, swings around the turn. Entering the stretch. Now approaching a start. $12,300 on the line. Gold. PEI Colt Stakes. Post time. The rough and pacing Malignity is leaving out on the rail. Starship Glide between horses comes Bacon on a Biscuit. Third one around the turn. To get away fourth is Salisbury Ian, and at the rail the trailer. That is the Midnight Train, so on the backstretch they go. Malignity and Paul Angel quickly by two. Second is Starship Glide. Bacon on a Biscuit dropped in third, then fourth. That's the Midnight Train, and trailing the field is Salisbury Ian. They arrive at the opening quarter. Malignity, the post-time favorite, right on the engine. Opening quarter, 29 and 4. Tracking along second, that's Starship Glide. Then third, Bacon on a Biscuit. The Midnight Train fourth, and off stride goes Salisbury Ian at the back. Down the stretch, they approach the opening half mile next. The unchallenged leader, that is Malignity. He's going to get him halfway home. Starship Glide races second. Bacon on a Biscuit third. The Midnight Train fourth. And trailing the field, Salisbury Ian. They're halfway home. Malignity there in a minute and 1. They round the turn, approaching the 5/8. The tempo's going to pick up big time here. Malignity by 2. Second is Starship Glide. Back into third, Bacon on a Biscuit. Fourth, the Midnight Train. Trailing the field, Salisbury Ian. Positions are unchanged. We're down to a quarter of a mile to go. Malignity, he's picking them up. And he's putting them down now. 3/4 up in 1. 28 and 4. 28 and 3 in the third. 1/8 of a mile out. Malignity turning home. Clear by 2. Starship Glide is second. Bacon on a Biscuit. The Midnight Train. Salisbury Ian. Gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Malignity makes every call a winning one for Paul Angel. Second is Starship Glide. Third, Bacon on a Biscuit. Time for the mile, 1:56. Flat, back half, 55-4.
A noticeable breather in that second quarter. That was the winning move by Paul Langell, who hustled his Colt Malignity off the gate here today. A little different strategy. They tried it from the back last time out. Langell not taking any chances here today. He put him right on the front end, 29 and 4. He got the front quite easily there, and he got that second quarter breather, minute 1/5, and as Vance just mentioned, back half 55 and 4. You give this Colt a half and a minute 1/5. Good luck trying to get around him. He gets it done here today. 156 flat, closing quarter, 27 and 1. Starship Glide. I really like that Colt too. By control the moment, David Dowling. They sat the pocket. They get a real good deuce in here, but Malignity destroys his rivals here in the 6th PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division. Nice trip here, 56 and a new record for the Colt as well.
Into the sixth race winner's circle for Malignity, pacing Black Gelding 2 by Malicious off the Royal Majesty Dam, Lady Kellyanne, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langeau. The colt bred by Gary McPherson. He's trained and driven to victory by Paul Langeau, and the colt has a new race win record today, 156. Malignity in the PEI Colt Stakes. Here's the official results in race 6. Starship Glide was second, Salisbury in fifth, Bacon on a Biscuit third. Malignity, the race winner. The Midnight Train fourth. The fractions were 29 and 4. 1 minute 1, 128, and the mile 156. From the top, 253, 14. Malignity paid 310. The exactor 560, triactor 1040, and the superfactor was 334.
Get the latest edition of the Atlantic Post Calls. Atlantic Post Calls covers harness racing in Atlantic, Canada, and features some great stories from contributors Dr. Don Ling, myself, Rocky Skirman, Shannon Sugar Doyle, and others. And managing editor Fred Fiddler McDonald has some great comments about our properties and teams on PEI in the latest edition. Pick up your copy of the Atlantic Post Calls right here at Red Shores and other island locations. Race 7 will be on the track in just a moment. Island Ocean's Age Mares Trot Series here in race 7. I'm going to go 2-5-3. Post time picks like 2-3-5. And the classifier's choice is 5-2-3. Post break coming up next.
The seventh race is the Island Ocean Age Mares Trot Series. On parade, Incredible 2 wears number 1, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, Kenny Arsenault, training and driving. 2 Sailor Blue is owned by Cindy McDonald, Amber McDonald, and Yossi Martinovich, trained by Jeff Holmes. Kenny Murphy drives. 3 Charlotte K, owned by Jacinta Campbell, Kent McDonald, and Bernard McDonald. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 4 Daisy Rivers, owned by Bill Lanigan of Montague. Jason Hughes now trains and drives. 5 Jesse Jess or Jessica, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer is the trainer, David Dowling up. There's 5 minutes wagering time on race number 7. Back to the broadcast desk with Kurt Hughes and the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. And then we pick up the horses in the Island Ocean Age Mares Trot Series.
Okay, here's the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. In race 1 this afternoon, it was PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies Grassroots, and it was Entitled Express, and Mark Campbell leading all the way, minute 1/5, and stopped the clock 1:58.4, holding off the late challenge from Salzbrook Wonder. The 215 try paid $74.70. In race 2 this afternoon, it was another PEI Colt Stakes division. This time it was 2-year-old Colts Grassroots, and it was Redland Sampson and Kenny Murphy holding on for the narrow victory over the 6 Nibbler in there, and that 5-6-3 tried paid $145.20, and it was a nice effort in 1:59.4. In race 3 this afternoon, it was the 7 Salzbrook Mabel and Mark Braley in their debut. It was an impressive victory here right on the front end from post 7. Closed it out 28 flat for a mile of 1:58.1, and the try 745 paid a nice ticket, $238.60. In race 4 this afternoon, it was another division of the PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old Colts Grassroots and Impeccable Shadow. They sat 3 early, made their move to the lead, and didn't look back as they romped there in race 4. Nice mile of 1:58.2. The 132 ticket paid $16.70. And then race 5, it was the Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial, and it was the 2 West Coast Kid and Kenny Arsenault converting from that second over trip to get it done here in 1:56.2. It was a new record for the 4-year-old, and the super high 5.28453 paid a whopping $669.76. And then we just watched in race 6, Malignity, the starred 2-year-old Colt out of the Paul Langell stable, go right down the road here. Back half 55.4, 27.1, closing quarter over Starship Glide and Bacon on a Biscuit. Nice trip, 156. It was a new record, and the 413 paid $10.40. And that is the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. And that is the first 6 in the books. Now we're working on the back half of the card here in race 7. 13 dashes here this afternoon, and then 15 tonight. Post time for tonight's card, 6:30 p.m. And on track now is the Island Oceans Aged Mares Trot Series. And here is a look at my top choice. That is the 2 Sailor Blue. This mare is having a career year, 11,400 already in the bank. 5 wins from 11 starts, a mark of 57-3, taking 4 starts back there, and that is her lifetime best. Kenny Murphy gets along great with this mare. Jeff Holmes doing a great job as trainer for owners Cindy McDonald, Amber McDonald, and Yossi Martinovich. A winner in an Island Oceans series in Summerside there in 2 minutes 1/5. Post 2 here today. I think she gets the job done again. 4-5 currently. And now we're getting a look at the 5, Jesse, Jess, or Jessica. David Dowling will do the driving for trainer Jen Doyle. Jen is co-owner along with Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. A winner last time out at that non-winners of 14:01. Last 5 in against the boys. She got it done on the front end. Dowling bottomed them out on that night, 57-1 big half. They were a little tired getting home, 31 flat. She closed it out, but off those fractions, I can see why she was a little tired getting home. Nice mile though, 58-3. She held up Freddie and Mile Hill Willie. Back in against the mares here today. She was third in that Island Oceans series, in behind Sailor Blue and Charlotte Kay, 2 back. We'll see how she does here today. But off that trip last time out, I think Dowling is going to be pretty aggressive here again today. 7-5 currently. And I mentioned Charlotte Kay was second in that last outing in the Island Oceans series, and she had post 1 on that day, got away 4th, came first over for Mark Campbell, and was second to Sailor Blue on that day. 2 minutes 4/5 was her chart mile. A winner on the front end prior to that at the non-winners of 11:01 right here in Charlottetown, 59-3. Jacinta Campbell, Kent McDonald, and Bernard McDonald are the owners of this 4-year-old mare by Triumphant Caviar. Charlotte Kay right now, 5-1. We're getting close here in race 7. Incredible 2 right now. Long shot at 22-1, 4-5 on Sailor Blue. Charlotte Kay, 6-1. Daisy River moving into the Jason Hughes stable, making the bridle change, putting the Swedish blinds on Daisy River. So we'll see if that can help her here this afternoon. Good price, 4-1, and 6-5 on Jesse, Jess, or Jessica and David Dowling. We're getting close here in the 7th. Trotting mares are lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Incredible 2, Sailor Blue, Charlotte Kay, Daisy River, Jessie, Jess, or Jessica. 5 trotting mares up on the gate, 7th race, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and trotting and Daisy River leaving out at the rail. Incredible 2. Splitting them is Sailor Blue 3rd. Racing from 4th is Jessie, Jess, or Jessica, and the early trailer, that is Charlotte Kay. So they arrive at the 8th. Incredible 2 along the rail, the leader. From the outside, Daisy River's going to keep coming, and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, has her on the lead, and the pylons as they arrive at the opening quarter. 2nd, Incredible 2, all alone in 3rd. Sailor Blue back into 4th, Jessie, Jess, or Jessica, trailing the field. That is Charlotte Kay on a lively tempo in the early going. They were over to the quarter on the trot, 28-1. A serious leader is Daisy River. Racing 2nd, Incredible 2, then 3rd. That's Sailor Blue, Jessie, Jess, or Jessica 4th, and trailing the field, Charlotte Kay 5th. They're halfway home, and Daisy River, the midway point leader, on Incredible 2. There goes Sailor Blue to be first up 3rd, following her out 4th. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica, trailing at the rail, Charlotte Kay 57-3. Serious opening half mile put on the board by Daisy River. She leads by 2. Sailor Blue on the outside 2nd, Incredible 2, riding the rail 3rd. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica is there on the outside 4th, trailing but not out of it. Charlotte Kay 5th, 3/4 in the books. Daisy River got him there in 1, 28 and 2. They trot round the turn for the final time. Approaching the 7-8. Daisy River clinging to the lead. Sailor Blue between horses. Jessie Jess or Jessica powering up on the outside, going by them all. To the wire next. Jessie Jess or Jessica for David Dowling. Sailor Blue was second. Charlotte K rallied in third. Time for the mile in 1:59 flat.
Okay, we're getting a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here for the Island Oceans Age Mares Trot Series. Jessie Jess or Jessica and Dowling, they played Catch Me If You Can last week. This week, they do the complete opposite. They sit off that hot early speed put up by Daisy River, half 57 and 3. They had live cover to follow by way of Sailor Blue and Murphy, and when Dowling tipped this mare 3 wide, she really kicked into another gear here and drives right on past them all down the stretch and gets it done here. They were a little tired getting home, but Dowling and Jessie Jess or Jessica, they were fresh as they sat off their hot early pace. They get it done here in 1:59 over Sailor Blue and Charlotte K. Jessie Jess or Jessica captures the Island Oceans Age Mares Trot Series here at Red Shores.
Jessie Jess or Jessica arriving at the 7th race winner's circle. Trotting Bay Mare 6 by Justice Hall from the SJ's Photo Dam. Ziggy Wiggy, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training. David Dowling in the driver's seat will guide the mare to her 25th lifetime victory this afternoon, 1:59. Jessie Jess or Jessica in the Island Ocean Age Mares Trot Series. Now, the official results in race 7. Incredible 2 was 5th. Sailor Blue 2nd. Charlie K 3rd. Daisy River 4th. Jessie Jess or Jessica was the race winner. Fractions of 28 and 1. 57 and 3. 128 and 2. And the mile 1:59. In review, 5-2-3-4-1. Jessie Jess or Jessica paid $4.20 to win. The exactor was $8.40. Triactor $13.80. Superfecta $2.50.
HBI players across the country who played Red Shores Charlottetown during Gold Cup week received 3% cashback in their accounts, and HBI PEI players also qualified for a chance to win a $500 account bonus rebate at the end of the week. And Red Shores and HBI would like to say congratulations to Greg McDonald of Summerside, who won the $500 account bonus by playing Red Shores during Gold Cup week through HBIBet.com. There's a look at our picks for the upcoming 8th race. I'm on board with the 5 in here. Run for the money. I like the 1 Speak Up Bun for 2nd and the 7 Woodmere Clara for 3rd. I like 5-1-7. Post time picks looks 5-2-1. Classifier going with 2-5-3. It is a PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old filly grassroots division on the track next.
Two-year-old filly pacers for the 8th race for 8. Speak Up Bud, number 1, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Can't Be Touched is 2, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. Salisbury Pixie, number 3, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Corey McPherson drives. 4, Red Dirt Diamond, owned by Dina Clow of New Haven, trained by Brett Clow. Mark Campbell up. Run for the Money 5, owned by Full House Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Redmond Doucette. Woodmere Heather M, number 6, owned by the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. 7 is Woodmere Clara, owned by Claire and Neldy McDonald, Fonzie McCachran, and Ian Tate, Claire McDonald Training and Driving. 4 minutes wagering time on race 8, Mondays in Summerside, post time 6 o'clock. You can also wager from your home through HBIBet.com.
Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend going to be here before you know it, October 7th, 8th, and 9th. And for complete listing of presenting sponsors and complete schedule of events, go to Redshores.ca, and it's presented by the City of Charlottetown, Cavendish Farms, and Atlantic Lottery. Race 8 on track now, 4 minutes to post. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old fillies, and it is a grassroots division. And I'm going to go with the 5 in here. Run for the Money, a 2-year-old filly by Sports Writer. Redmond Doucette is going to do the driving for trainer George Renison. Full House Racing of Truro is the owner. And a real nice effort there in St. John at Exhibition Park Raceway. Sat 6th early and finished 2nd, just almost got there. 2nd by a nose in 2:03 for Todd Trites, 30-4. Closed it out. That was a real nice effort. 5th in a grassroots in Summerside. But off that last trip, I'm going to put Run for the Money on top of my ticket right now. Currently 9-5. Okay, now we're going to get a look at the one here. Speak Up Bun, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. 2-year-old filly by Arts Speak. Trained and driven by Jason Hughes. And in the Milton Downey there in St. John. A fifth in 2:04 and 1. Summerside Grassroot, a good third, 2:01 and 1. Back here in Charlottetown, Jason stabled at the track. Speak Up Bun. She can get a little keyed up, and so Speak Up Bun here racing from her home turf. I think that's going to be a good angle to play here this afternoon, and she has the rail to boot, so I think she's going to put in a real good effort here today. I like Speak Up Bun for my exactor here. I'm going to go 5-1, 19-1 currently on Speak Up Bun. And now we're getting a look at the 7, Woodmere Clara. This is a 2-year-old filly by He's Watching out of the Arts Place Dam. Sounds perfect. Claire McDonald, the trainer and owner, and trainer and driver and co-owner, along with Neldy McDonald and Fonzie McCachran and Ian Tate. This 2-year-old filly, I know the family quite well. I actually broke and trained a half brother to this filly named Shelby's Cobra. He was a real nice colt by Western Ideal out of this dam, and he ended up taking a mark of, I think, 150 for my old trainer Ken Susi. So a real good family. This mare's the brood mare sounds perfect. Has had, I think, 9 or 10 foals, and Woodmere Clara is the latest here on the track. 2-year-old filly, as I mentioned. Second, 2 back there in a maiden race in Charlottetown. Second in 159 flat, and then over in Summerside in a Lady Slipper Gold division. Ended up 7th. Pretty tough company, though, on that day. The race went in 158 and 1, and she was charted in 2 minutes 2/5. We'll see how she does here today in grassroots action, but I like her to round out my triactor ticket. I like a 5-1-7 in here. 9-2 currently on Woodmere Clara. The 4 in here, Red Dirt Diamond by Source of Pride, has a full sister in the Atlantic Classic yearling sale, selling as hip 3, named Red Dirt Paradise, consigned by Lowell Balderson. Two-year-old fillies lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's 8th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Speak Up Bun, Can't Be Touched, Salisbrook Pixie, Red Dirt Diamond, Run for the Money, Woodmere Heather M, Woodmere Clara, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough end pacing, and as they get out, Woodmere Heather M towards the rail. Speak Up Bun between them is Can't Be Touched as they round the turn. Racing into fourth, that is Run for the Money. Way wide on the turn, that's Woodmere Clara. She's gone off stride. Up the backstretch now for the first time going to the quarter, and the leader can't be touched for Miles Sr. Second up the rail, that's Speak Up Bun, racing from third, Woodmere Heather M. Then fourth is Run for the Money. Fifth is Red Dirt Diamond, racing from sixth, Salisbrook Pixie. And troubles in the backfield for Woodmere Clara. The quarter was 30-2, and there goes the inquiry sign. The eighth race goes under a judge's inquiry. Arriving at the 3/8, it can't be touched by a couple. Racing from second, that is Speak Up Bun. Coming out of the turn third is Woodmere Heather M. Then it's Run for the Money fourth. Racing fifth, that's Red Dirt Diamond with Salisbrook Pixie in sixth. And the trailer is Woodmere Clara. At the opening half mile, can't be touched. Got him there in a minute and 1. 29-4 in the second quarter. They're moving around the paddock turn for the second time, approaching 5/8. Can't be touched, the leader. Now Run for the Money up on the outside to take over second. Third up the rail, Speak Up Bun. Racing fourth on the outside is Woodmere Heather M. Salisbrook Pixie moved into fifth. Then it's Red Dirt Diamond, and the trailer is Woodmere Clara. 3/4, that goes to Can't Be Touched. That's Run for the Money now alongside challenging. The 3/4 in 1:30-3. They're on the turn for the final time, approaching the 7/8. Can't Be Touched is still there. From the outside, Run for the Money, the challenger. Up the rail, third is Salisbrook Pixie. Woodmere Heather M fourth. Deep in the stretch, to the wire they come next. Here's Run for the Money on the outside. We're going to need a win picture. Run for the Money and Can't Be Touched in a photo. 201 full lot.
Okay, PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies grassroots here in race 8. And we're going to get a look at the universe in slow-mo, and was Can't Be Touched up that good second last time out in Lady Slipper grassroots action. Heffernan puts her right on the front here and cuts it out 30-2, half in a minute, 1/5. The 5, Run for the Money, and Doucette, they come first over here today, and they were dead game, 1:30-3. But as you can see here on the screen, as we get a look at the slow-mo, Red Doucette has to keep correcting her here down the stretch. She's running in a little bit, and he has to keep pulling on that right line a little bit down the lane here. Time of the mile, 2:01, and she's in a win photo here with Can't Be Touched and Heffernan, and they're going to settle it here on the line here. And Universal Media with this great close-up. Red Doucette trying to correct his filly on the outside, but also wanting to win the race. It's kind of a tight thing here to do here, but Red Doucette, look at that on the line as they're going to freeze it. It looks like the 5, Red Doucette, and Run for the Money get it done here in the final strides. But we'll wait to see the results of this photo here in race. Great finish here in the 8th.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're asked to retain your tickets here in the 8th race. The judge's inquiry involves the start of race number 8. Retain your tickets.
Okay, here we're going to get a look at the ongoing judges' inquiry here in race 8 as they are leaving the gate. You're going to get a look at it here. So take a look at your monitors and check out the judges' inquiry. And this is what the judges are looking at here in race number 8. And as Vance mentioned, hold on to all your tickets here in race 8 to wait to see the results of this inquiry.
Results of the 8th race inquiry. No violations. Now arriving at the 8th race winner's circle, the 5-entry Run for the Money, bay facing filly 2. She's by Sports Rider off the Bettor's Delight Dam, Pia Hanover, owned by Full House Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. The filly bred by Scott Green of Kennecook, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, driven to victory by Redmond Doucette, pacing to a maiden record today of 2:01. Run for the Money in the PEI Colt Stakes. Here's the official results now in race 8. Speak Up Bun was 6. Can't Be Touched 2nd. Salisbury Pixie 4th. Red Dirt Diamond was 5th. Run for the Money, the winner. Woodmere Heather M 3rd. Woodmere Clara 7th. Fractions of 30 and 2. 1 minute 1. 1:30 and 3. And the mile in 2:01. In review 6:24. 5:1:37. Run for the Money paid $5.50. The exactor $19.20, triactor $200.80, and the superfecta was $28.50.
Follow Red Shores official social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram and get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino gaming floors, and any new announcements from our Red Shores official platforms. Okay, race 9 coming up next. It's an overnight event. Non-winners of 651 last 5. Also eligible $4,000 claimer. I'm going to go with a 5-1-2 in here. Post time pick selects 2-1-6. Classifier's choice is 2-1-5. Post break coming up in a moment.
Ninth race on the track for the parade. Number 1 is Hope Rock Eldorado, owned by Doug Matheson of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Redmond Doucette drives. 2, Zach the Men, owned by Michael McDonald of Vernon Bridge, and GWR Visser Farm of Orwell. Michael does the training. Mark Campbell drives. 3 is Hot Rock Star, owned by Roderick Gillis of Florence, Nova Scotia. Roderick does the training. Kenny Murphy driving. Rash Behavior 4 is owned, trained, and driven by Michael Peters of Emmyvale. 5, Silver Hill Buddy, owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers, and Gwyneth McGurk, trained by David Myers, David Dowling. 6, Painted Pony, owned and trained by Raymond White of Belfast, Corey McPherson will drive. Brett Clough does the post parade. 7 is Slade, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Wade Myers trains and drives. Oh, to be me, number 8, Gary Chappell of Charlottetown is the owner and the driver. Stacy Lund trains. 3 minutes wagering time on the 9th race. This is Race Day live from Red Shores, Atlantic Canada's entertainment destination. Kurt is back with the field. The Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial is October 1st right here at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Yeah, the Richard Campbell Memorial takes place in just 3 weeks. It's part of that Atlantic Invitational Series as it continues here, and it ends with the Atlantic Premier's Cup on October 9th here during Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend, and the Johnny Conroy was held last night. That is a leg of the Atlantic Invitational Series, and Twin B tough enough, a new track record over in Churro, 150-4, got it done for Barrio. No plan intended, now owned by Jen Doyle and Danny Burt. They were a really strong closing second for David Dowling and American Risk. Round out that top 3 there in the Conroy last night in Churro. So stay tuned, and the Richard Campbell Memorial again comes up on October 1st. And there's a look at that tight win photo in that last race with Run for the Money and Red Doucette. He's trying to correct her and keep her in her lane, pulling on that right line, and he lets her drift in right at the right time to nail it by nose over Can't Be Touched and Heffernan there to get it done. Nice drive by Doucette in the 8th there as they captured a grassroots division. And a tight show photo there as well with the 6 getting up for Brody McPhee over the 3. Okay, race 9 on track. No winners of 651, also eligible 4,000 claimer. I'm going to go with Silver Hill Buddy. It's been a while since this guy has been down at this low. The last 3 weeks he's been at this level. He was such a great horse last year. He made 13,000, 6 wins from 34 starts, a mark of 56 and 4. He's now 8 years old, and he's slowed down a touch, but I think he's going to punch through here one of these weeks here at this level. He was back-to-back third place finishes at this 651 level, and then last week he ended up 8th from post 80. He left hard off the wings on his first start on Lasix, and he ended up 8th by 11 for Mark McKinnon. David Dallin gets along really good with this horse, and I'm playing the second start Lasix angle here for Silver Hill Buddy. I think he can get it done here at this level. He's in against some stiff competition, but I like Silver Hill Buddy just on his back class. He has 33 lifetime wins, and I think he can get it done here today for Dowling. 5-2 currently. And now we're getting a look at the veteran Oak Rock Eldorado. I know this family well. Cam Best mare, best undercover. Robert Shepard and I, we claimed one out of this mare named Oak Rock Almighty. We ended up selling them to Jack Keenan and Joseph Dahl to race here at home for trainer Ronnie Matheson. He was a real nice horse here, Oak Rock Almighty, and so is this Oak Rock Eldorado. Classy veteran, 39 lifetime wins. Looking for win number 40. He was claimed out of that optional 4,000 claiming tag where he was a winner for Jacob Sweet at the bottom of the lines there, 2 minutes, 3/5. Now into the Nick Oak stable. Red Doucette gets the call for owner Doug Matheson. They were a winner 2 back in 59-2 at the optional 5, but Nick electing off that third place finish to drop this guy back in for 4 here today. He gets the rail. He's got a real good shot. He's a classy veteran, as I mentioned. 2-1 currently. I like a 5-1 exactor in here. I went with 5-1-2. Zach the Man leaves from post 2 for Mark Campbell. Mark gets along really good with this. He's another classy veteran, now 7 years old, a winner in 55-4 last year, 58-1 this year. He's got a shot in here as well. I like 5-1-2 in here as the horses are beginning to roll up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's 9th race. Back over to Vance Cameron.
Oak Rock Eldorado, Zach the Men, Hot Rock Star, Rash Behavior, Silver Hill Buddy, Painted Pony, Slate, Oh to Be Me Outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Silver Hill Buddy is leaving out between horses Hot Rock Star. Oak Rock Eldorado on the rail is also leaving into the turn. In third, that is Zach the Men. Now racing fourth, that is Hot Rock Star. Fifth up the rail is Rash Behavior. Racing from 6 is Painted Pony. Now 7th as they move up the backstretch is Slade, and the trailer is Oh to Be Me. So they're over to the opening quarter. Silver Hill Buddy in line to David Dowling is quarter pole leading. Oak Rock Eldorado is second, racing third. That is Zach the Men. Into the turn fourth is Hot Rock Star. 28-3 was the quarter. Rash Behavior's fifth, on the move in the outside. Slate is underway sixth. Painted Pony goes seventh, and Oh to Be Me is eighth. Down the stretch they come towards the opening half mile, and the backfield in motion. At the midway point, it's Silver Hill Buddy. Second is Oak Rock Eldorado. First up, third is Hot Rock Star. Following fourth on the outside, that is Slade. Zach the Men now hemmed in at the rail fifth. Racing sixth on the outside is Painted Pony. Rash Behavior seventh. Oh to Be Me is eighth. 59 seconds flat for a half a mile. They're going to the backstretch for the final time, led by Silver Hill Buddy. Challenger on the outside is Hot Rock Star. In the pocket third, that's Oak Rock Eldorado. Slate between horses fourth. Zach the Men needs a way out fifth. Painted Pony 3 high sixth. Then at the back, Oh to Be Me and Rash Behavior 3/4 up in 1:28-4. Shade more than an eighth of a mile left to go. Silver Hill Buddy turns home. Second is Oak Rock Eldorado. Zach the Men up the inside third. Down the stretch they come. Silver Hill Buddy. Oak Rock Eldorado on the outside. Gets up to double up Doucette. Zach the Men was second. Third is Silver Hill Buddy. 1:58-1.
Well, this old guy's pretty dominant at this level. He was a winner 4 back, as I mentioned, at the 4,000 claiming tag. That is Oak Rock Eldorado, and he drops down in class here back into the 4,000 claiming tag, and he gets it done here for trainer Nick Oakes and driver Red Doucette. They got a perfect pocket ride behind my top choice, Silver Hill Buddy. Silver Hill Buddy raced better here today, but he gave it up late again here in the mile. 59 flat was a half, 1:28-4. Doucette made his move there around the last turn, and the old veteran gets up. And I mentioned it in the pre-race that he's looking for win at number 40 of his career. Well, he gets it here today. Win number 40 for Oak Rock Eldorado. 1:58-1 is the mile, and it is his third win in 5 starts. He just continues to give 110% each week, and he does it here again today. Red Doucette and Oak Rock Eldorado win the 9th here at Red Shores.
Oak Rock Eldorado arriving at the 9th race winner's circle. They facing Dowling 12 by Ram Barron. Off the Cambest Dam, Best Undercover. Owned by Doug Matheson of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes. Redmond Doucette has his second winner today for the double. The veteran pacer picks up his 40th lifetime victory today. The mile 1:58-1. Oak Rock Eldorado in the 9th. Here's the official results from the ninth race. Old Rock Eldorado, the winner. Sack the Men second. Hot Rock Star fourth. Rash Behavior was eighth. Silver Hill Buddy third. Painted Pony fifth. Slate was sixth. Oh to Be Me seventh. 28 and 3, 59. 128 and 4, and the mile 158 and 1. In review, 124, 835, 67. Oak Rock Eldorado paid $420 to win. The exactor 1110, triactor 1250, and the superfecta was 776. Calvin Larkin, you're needed at the race office, please. Calvin Larkin to the race office.
Red Shores is now featured in 9 PEI hotels for the 2022 season. Guests receive a promotional play package, which even includes a taxi voucher when they sign up for our rewards club. Hotels include the Home and Grand, Holiday Inn, Delta Prince Edward, and more. And now we're getting a look at our top choices for the upcoming 10th race. It is a PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies gold division, purse $11,750, and we're all on board. The one Rock and Roll K's for Gilberto. I also like the two, speaking of Shadow, and right next door, Woodmere Jade, the 3, and Miles Heffernan. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3 post time picks. Like 1, 2, 4, and classifier's choice is 1, 2, 5. Post break coming up in a moment.
Time to check those 50-50 draw tickets valued at $526. The winning number will be V2664815. The afternoon's 50-50 winning number for $526, V2664815. Good luck. Rock and Roll K's on the 10th Race Parade, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, trained by Jeff Holmes, Jill's Burial. 2 is Speaking of Shadow, owned by Josh McDonald of Edmonton, Alberta, Mark McDonald of Cornwall, Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 3, Woodmere Jade, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. Marina Del Rey, number 4, is owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore and Robert Samar from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 5 is Go Sister, Soul Sister, owned by the Group of 7 stable of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Adam Murner. Too Much for You is number 6, owned by Windermere Farms, River Valley Management, Hollis Newson, and Clyde Balderson. Earl Watts is the trainer, driven by David Dowling. 7 is Hamac Jazzy Girl, owned by Walter Simmons of Summerside and Wade Story of Montague. Wade does the training. Damian McClellan's in the sulky. There's 5 minutes wagering time on race number 10, Race Day Live, with the PEI Cold Stakes. Another past champion spotlight.
Oh, Vance, this is a good one. Here is J.K. Beauty on the screen right now. J.K. Beauty was a PEI Cold Stakes winner at her 2- and 3-year-old campaigns and set stakes records in those wins both years as well. Bred, trained, and co-owned by the late Joe Smallwood, J.K. Beauty set numerous stakes and track records and earned over $275,000 during her career. She was a beauty indeed. Race 10 on track, 3 minutes to post. PEI Cold Stakes, 2-year-old fillies, gold division, purse $11,750. There's a look at the 2. Speaking of Shadow, 2-year-old filly by Art Speak out of Silver Hill. Bunna, Mike McGuigan, the trainer and driver. Josh McDonald of Edmonton, Alberta, and Mark McDonald of Cornwall PEI are the owners. This filly got off to a really hot start there, winning her first 2 races, 57-2 in that second start, and then 3 back she was a winner, 57-1, converting from a pocket trip here in an overnight, and that is her record. And she can get a little hot, and there's Mike here turning to score her down. And if you look across at her lines, 4 wins, 2 seconds, and 1/3, 7 for 7 in the top 3, with just shy of 14,000 made. Speaking of Shadow, here's got a real good shot at getting it done here. Third by a neck in her latest in 2:03 in the Milt Downey. Second by 3/4 of a length in a Lady Slipper Gold in 1:58. 2 back and a winner, 3 back, as I mentioned, in 57-1. We'll see how she does here from post 2. Speaking of Shadow at 3-. Now we're going to look at the 3. Woodmere Jade, a 2-year-old filly by Roll With It Harry out of LT's Magic by Magical Mike. Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay is the owner. Miles Heffernan going to do the driving here. 4th in that Milt Downey last time out, 2:03-3. Cut the mile the week prior to that in a Ladies Slipper Gold and just get collared by Rock and Roll K's race timed in 58 and won this. Filly likes the front end. And we'll see what Heffern decides to do in here. There is a lot of speed to the inside. I can see him getting away in the 3-hole here with the 2 inside levers, but we'll see what happens when the wing's full. But Woodmere J definitely an option here in race 10, currently 20-1. And now we're getting a look at my top choice, and that is the one Rock and Roll K's owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast. Jeff Holmes, the trainer, and Gilles Barrio will do the driving. A winner, 2 back in 58, 1 in that Lady Slipper Gold. Second last time out in the Milt Downey, and behind Singin' Ramona. Rock and Roll K's with the rail here today, 4-5 currently. And the one Rock and Roll K's by Tobago K's has a gelded half-brother in the upcoming Atlantic Classic yearling sale, selling as hip 124, named Here's to Arc, consigned by Blaine Thibault. And the 2, speaking of Shadow, has a full sister in the Atlantic Classic yearling sale, selling as hip 101, named Freaky Fanny, consigned by Lee Gavin. And the 5, Go Sister, Soul Sister by Arthur Bluechip, has a full brother in the upcoming sale, selling as hip 29, named Soul Crusher, consigned by Tulak or two-year-old fillies lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's 10th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Rock and Roll K, speaking of Shadow, Woodmere Jade, Marina Del Rey, Go Sister, Soul Sister, Too Much for You, Hamac Jazzy Girl, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough end pacing, leaving out is Woodmere Jade. Speaking of Shadow, going right with her, and then third to the turn, Marina Del Rey. Racing from fourth along the inside, that's Rock and Roll K's. Now dropping in fifth is Go Sister, Soul Sister. Away sixth is Too Much for You, and then the trailer, How Mac Jazzy Girl. So they're on the backstretch, and the quarter pole bound, led by Woodmere Jade for Miles Sr. Speaking of shadow, out of the two-hole now, up to engage the leader. All alone in third, Marina Del Rey, opening quarters up in 28 and 3. Back into fourth is Rock and Roll Case. Then in fifth, it's Go Sister, Soul Sister. Racing six is Too Much for You. And trailing the field, How Mac Jazzy Girl down the stretch, approaching the half mile. Woodmere Jade will get them halfway home. Second is Speaking of Shadow, second. Then in third, Marina Del Rey. Fourth is Rock and Roll K's. On the outside, Go Sister, Soul Sister. Up the rail goes Too Much for You. And the trailer, How Mac Jazzy Girl, 57-4 was the half mile. Over to the 5/8 and Woodmere Jade there. Speaking of shadow is second. Up on the outside, Rock and Roll Cage is coming third. They're 3 wide going to 3/4 in between horses. Speaking of shadow, on the outside, that is Rock and Roll Cage second. Now moving up third, Marina Del Rey. Fading to fourth is Woodmere Jade. 3/4 in 1:28 and 2. Down to an 1/8 of a mile left to go. And that's Speaking of shadow turning home with the lead. Rock and Roll Cage not far away on the outside. Marina Del Rey is picked up third. Deep stretch now on the wire. They come next. Speaking of shadow does it free-legged for Mike McGuigan in the PEI Colt Stakes. Then Rock and Roll Cage, Marina Del Rey, 157-1.
Well, this filly continues to impress, and today, without the hobbles on, no problem. Trainer driver Mike McGuigan, he does a great job with the young horses, and he does a great job driving as well. A real good job here in this 10th race. He had to go to plan B and get in the 2-hole after Miles Heffernan and Woodmere Jade. They wanted to cut it 28 and 3, but Mike McGuigan had his sights set on the outside, and at the half, it looked like he was going to pull pocket, and he did at 5/8. He pulled pocket with Rock and Roll K's coming strong up the backstretch, and they were 3 wide battling down the backstretch, and around the last turn, it ended up being the 2 Speaking of Shadow and the 1 Rock and Roll K's battling all the way down the stretch. And Speaking of Shadow, dead game here today, fends off that late challenge from Barrio, and Rock and Roll K's gets it done here, close it out 28-4. Nice trip, 157-1, right to her record. She gets it done here in a PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old filly Gold Division.
Speaking of shadow, on her way to the 10th race winner's circle, pacing filly 2, she's by Arts Peak from the Shadow Play Dam, Silver Hill Bunna, owned by Josh McDonald of Edmonton, Alberta, and Mark McDonald from Cornwall. The filly bred by Lee Gavin of Tignish. She's trained and driven to victory by Mike McGuigan, and right to her record of 157-1, doing it free-legged today. Speaking of shadow, in the PEI Colt Stakes. Here's the official results in race 10. Rock and Roll Cage was second. Speaking of Shadow, the winner. Woodmere Jade fifth. Marina Del Rey third. Go Sister Soul Sister fourth. Too Much for You was sixth. Hamac Jazzy Girl seventh. Fractions of 28 and 3. 57 and 4. 128 and 2. And the mile 157 and 1. From the top, 215, 34, 67. Speaking of Shadow, paid $5.90. The exactor 710, triactor 2780, and the superfecta was 1402.
Okay, there's a look inside the paddock, courtesy of the Paddock Cam, presented by Red Shores. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old Colts Gold Division coming up next. Tobin's Profit on the rail for Jason Hughes. No boats on Sunday. Miles Heffernan and Meraki from Post 3. Hamac Charmer from Post 4. Brookdale Said Post 5. And Fisherman's Son and Danny Gillis. They're on a winning streak, looking for 4 in a row. 4 wins from 5 starts. I like Fisherman's Son to get it done in here. I'm going to go 6-1-2. Post break coming up next.
The 11th race, a gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. On parade, number 1, Tobin's Profit. Owned by Kevin Dory, Frank Brundle, and Robert Samara. Trained by Danny Romo, Jason Hughes drives. No boats on Sunday, number 2, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. drives. 3, Meraki is owned by Darrell and Gordon McLean, Megan McDonald, and Natasha Campbell. Darrell McLean is the trainer. Jills Barrio drives. 4 is Hamac Charmer, owned by Windermere Farms, Roger Burns, Hollis Newson, and Clyde Balderson. Trained by Earl Watts, driven by David Dowling. 5 is Brookdale Seb, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Pooker McCollum does the trainer and the driving. Number 6, Fisherman's Son, owned by Walter Walker of Inverness, and the estate of Angus McGuinness of Mabou, Nova Scotia, trained by Walter Walker. Danny Gillis in the sulky. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on the 11th, and Kurt, you and I are again going to try our selections in the gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. We thank Results Advertising and Marketing for their presentation of Vance Cam. And as you mentioned earlier, on a roll is the 6, Fisherman's Son. Into the race, a winner of 3 in a row. And in the middle of that win streak was a 55-4 triumph at Summerside. He looks like he's a special colt. 1, Tobin's Prophet is my second choice. Bit of miscues his last 2 outings. Hope that trainer Romo has him straightened away. And your brother, the Blue Knight, gets him in there off of the rail. I like the 5, Brookdale Seb, for a long shot for third. Then chose number 2, No Boats on Sunday, for the Super. I like 6, 1, 5, 2. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, I like matching strides with the exactor. I like Fisherman's Son as well. Going for 4 in a row. Danny Gillis, I was talking to him before that win there in Summerside the week prior, and he said he was saying how great a job Walter Walker had done training the colt down, and he had gone a mile with him, and he thought he might be able to tangle with the best with Malignity and Tobin's Prophet and in the late summer, but he did it the very next week, and it was a gutsy first over effort there in Summerside. He did it all on his own. It was a nice trip. 55-4. Danny was right. This is a nice colt, so I like him on top. Tobin's Prophet. I'm not sure what's going on with this colt. His last 2 starts, he made that break for Corey there, leaving off the gate. They weren't leaving really hard into the turn. The quarter was only 29-2, and he made that break. And then last week from post 7, made that break. He rolled off again in the first turn. So hopefully, like you say, Danny has him straightened out. I'm sure Romo will get this guy ironed out. He has the rail here today, so he hopefully will get back on a good note here today and get a good second here. That's the way I see it setting up. And I like No Boats on Sunday for third. I'm going to go 6, 1, 2 in here. And as we continue to honor past champions during PEI Colt Stakes weekend, here's a picture of Dixieland Band. It was bred by Meridian Farms and owned by Reg McPherson, David and Aaron McKenzie, trained by Kevin McLean and driven by Gilles Barrio. Dixieland Band won PEI Colt Stakes at both 2 and 3, earning over $116,000 over those 2 years and finishing 28 times in the top 3 from 29 starts. Dixieland Band was a really, really nice colt here who campaigned in the Maritimes. Nice to honor these past champions here during PEI Colt Stakes weekend. We're getting close here in race 11, 5-2 right now on the 1 Tobin's Prophet, 2-year-old gelding by Stonebridge Terror. He reeled off 5 in a row early, but then had a couple miscues in his last 2 starts, so we hope he's back and gets things ironed out this week, and you never know, he could get the job done in here. Currently, as I say, 5-2. He's 5 for 7 in his young career. No boats on Sunday. Was a good third last time out. 8-1, 7-1 on the 3. Meraki 25-1 on the 4. Howmack Charmer, Brookdale Seb at 7-2 and 3-5 on Fisherman's Son. And no boats on Sunday by Source of Pride as a full brother in the upcoming Atlantic Classic yearling sale, selling his HIP 123, named Howmack Exclusive, consigned by Howmack Firms, and the 4 Howmack Charmer by Malicious as a half-brother sired by Peng Shui in the upcoming sale, selling his HIP 7, named Howmack Powerball, consigned by Howmack Firms. Freshman Colts lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's 11th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Tobin's Prophet, no boats on Sunday. Meraki, Howmack Charmer, Brookdale Seb, Fisherman's Son. A half a dozen noses in the gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. $12,300 on the line. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough end facing all but the 2. No boats on Sunday. Got real fancy stepping getting out. Going for the lead is Meraki along the rail. Tobin's Prophet and Fisherman's Son is third on the turn. To get away fourth. No boats on Sunday. Racing from off stride. Tobin's Prophet jumped it off as they move up the backstretch. Meraki at the rail, the leader. Here comes Fisherman's Son in line to Danny Gillis to take over. Second is Meraki, no boats on Sunday. Third, racing fourth is Howmack Charmer. Fifth is Brookdale Seb, and trailing the field, Tobin's Prophet. 28-4 the opening quarter. Fisherman's Son on the lead at the 3/8. Meraki is second, no boats on Sunday. Third, Howmack Charmer goes fourth. Then in fifth is Brookdale Seb, and trailing the field, that's Tobin's Prophet. As they arrive at the opening half mile next, led by Fisherman's Son. Racing second, that is Meraki, no boats on Sunday. Third. Fourth is Howmack Charmer. Brookdale Seb is fifth, and trailing the field sixth, Tobin's Prophet. 58-1 was a half a mile time. Over to the 5/8. Fisherman's Son starts to turn it on. Opening up by 4. No boats on Sunday, on the outside is taken over second. Moving up third is Howmack Charmer. Fading at the rail fourth, that's Meraki. Brookdale Seb is fifth, and the trailer, that is Tobin's Prophet. On by the 3/4. Fisherman's Son leads them there, and it's a clear 5. 3/4 in 1. 27-2. Eighth of a mile out. And it's all over. Fisherman's Son, homeward bound. Moving up second is Howmack Charmer along the rail. That's no boats on Sunday. Deep in the stretch, in the gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes, it's a jog burner here. Fisherman's Son in line to Danny Gillis. Second, Howmack Charmer. No boats on Sunday. Third, 1:56.2.
Well, as expected, Fisherman's Son and Danny Gillis right to the front here. They were the bettor's choice here in this 11th race, and Gillis put them right on the choo-choo. 28-4, half 58-1. Down in 3/4, 127-2. Throws the last quarter at them in 29 flat just for good measure and gets it done 156-2. This is this Colt's 4th win in a row, 5th win from 6 starts, and he is right around that $30,000 earning for his freshman campaign. Pretty incredible season here in his 6 lifetime starts. He gets it done for Gillis here at a PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old colt Gold Division.
Fisherman's Son has just made it 4 in a row as he arrives at the 11th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 2 by Arthur Bluechip from the Commotion Dam. Is That You, Ardella? Owned by Walter Walker of Inverness, Nova Scotia, and the estate of Angus McGuinness of Mabou, Nova Scotia. Colt bred by Arnold Hagan and Kathleen Charlton. He's trained by Walter Walker and driven to victory by Danny Gillis, 156-2. Fisherman's Son in the Gold Division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Here's the official results in race 11. Tobin's Prophet 5th. No Boats on Sunday 3rd. Meraki was 6th. Halmack Charmer 2nd. Brookdale Seb was 4th. Fisherman's Son, the race winner, 28-4, 58-1, 127-2, and the mile 156-2. In review, 536-241. Fisherman's Son paid $350. The exactor 25.20, triactor 51.90, and the superfecta 46.15.
Okay, race 12 going to be on the track in just a moment. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies gold. And want to tell you about tonight's program. It's a 15-dash program tonight. First race post is at 6:30 p.m. Tonight we feature sophomore colts and fillies. We also have the Atlantic Age Mare Series going tonight as well, so don't miss it. Again, it's a 15-dash card, and first race post is 6:30.
Twelfth race on the track. It's a gold division for the 2-year-old filly pacers. One is J.J. Amelia, owned by Jamie McKinley of Clyde River, James Perot of Stratford, trained by Joe Baxter, Mark Bradley driving. It's Up to You. Number 2 is owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Jill's Burial. Redland Miss Pretty, number 3, is owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson, trained by Kyle Williams, Kenny Murphy. Singing Ramona, number 4, owned by Jamie Smith and Saki McDonald of Charlottetown. Jamie is the trainer. Adam Murnu drives. 5, Look Over Yours, owned by Philip Valley of Vernon River and Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Hamac Julia, number 6, owned by Doug Matheson, Janet Sanderson, and Dunsan Farms, trained by Nick Oakes, Jason Hughes. Our Girl Annie, number 7, owned by Blaine, Jessica, and Jennifer Tebow of Kensington, trained by Eddie Doucette, Brody McPhee drives. 8 is Rosetown Mary, owned by Carrie and Emily Taylor of Stratford, and Lisa Richards of Cornwall. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 12. Second half of our doubleheader starts tonight at 6:30. Race day continues with another spotlight on past champions during PEI Colt Stakes weekend.
Okay, yeah, here's a look at another past champion. This is Salzbrook Alana, bred by Bill and Al McNeil, Salzbrook Farms. Salzbrook Alana won her 2-year-old PEI Colt Stakes for owner Reg McPherson and trainer Kevin McLean and driver Mark Campbell. At 2, she finished 13 times in the top 3 from 13 starts with a record of 155-1 and earnings over 61,000 that year. And there's a great shot at Salzbrook Alana and Campbell winning. Okay, I mentioned this filly in the pregame here. Our Girl Annie, great story by Nick Oakes in The Guardian a couple weeks ago. Our Girl Annie, 2-year-old filly by Arthur Blue Chip, owned by the Tebow family of Blaine, Jessica, and Jennifer from Kensington. Eddie Doucette, the trainer, and Brody McPhee will do the driving. She had quite a story as a youngster, and hopefully you can catch it there if you go over to The Guardian and search up Nick's article. It was really well written and a great article, and I'm now in the Our Girl Annie fan club, so hopefully she can get it done in here. Pretty good record, 4 wins and a third from 5 starts, almost 20,000 in earnings, a mark of 157-1, taking 3 back there in an A stake. During Old Home Week, she followed that up with a nice win in a Lady Slipper Gold for Corey McPherson there in 57-4. And then third in that Milt Downey, her last start. So we're looking for her to get back in the win column here today from post 7. Our Girl Annie, 2-1. In that Milt Downey in St. John, it was Singin' Ramona who got the job done in that stake over there. Rock and Roll K's was second, Our Girl Annie third. Singin' Ramona got it done in 159 flat for David Dowling. Adam Murner in the bike today for trainer Jamie Smith, who co-owns along with Sock McDonald of Charlottetown. This is a 2-year-old filly by Sports Writer. 4 wins, a second and a third from just 6 starts. 6 for 6 in the top 3 with over 12,000 made. And pretty impressive lines if you look all the way down her card. Third start back, a winner again on the front end, 58-2, 28 flat in an overnight. Singing Ramona right now at 1-4. And now we're getting a look at the one JJ Amelia. Jamie McKinley of Clyde River and James Perot of Stratford are the owners of this 2-year-old filly by Tobago Cays. Mark Bradley will do the driving today for trainer Joe Baxter. And if you look at that last start here in Summerside in an overnight, post 7 sent off at the chalk favorite and ended up third on that day in 2:01, 28 and 4. She's kind of a lazy going filly, and so Bradley has to kind of keep at her. And from post 7 last week, he just really never was able to get her into the race. But when she draws inside, she's really a major threat. And with the rail here today, I think she's going to get a real good trip. And I like her to round out my ticket, currently 8-1. Post 2, it's up to you. Roll with it, Harry. Has a full brother in the upcoming sale. Hip 72, named a Roll on Lewis, consigned by Robert McKinnon. And the 3, Redland Miss Pretty by Source of Pride, is a half-sister sired by McWicked in the upcoming sale, selling as Hip 31, named Philly Pinkney, consigned by Redland Farms. Two to 5 right now on Singin' Ramona, 2-year-old filly by Sports Writer. Adam Murner gets a call today as the 2-year-old fillies are lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
JJ Amelia, it's up to you, Redland Miss Pretty. Singing Ramona, look over your. Hamac Julia, Our Girl Annie, Rosedown Mary, top of the stretch. Here they come. Goal time. The rough and pacing, leaving out Hamac Julia, Singing Ramona towards the rail. It's up to you. As they move into the turn, the Redland Miss Pretty is up between horses. Then up the rail, that's JJ Amelia racing fourth. Now in fifth as they round the turn is Hamac Julia, away 6, look over your. Our Girl Annie on the outside 7th, the early trailer. That's Rosetown Mary along the backstretch, approaching the quarter. Singing Ramona in line to Adam Murner. They're on the lead at the quarter pole. It's up to you is second. Redland Miss Pretty took a seat third. JJ Amelia fourth, 28 and 4 the quarter. Moving up fifth on the outside is Our Girl Annie. Hamac Julia at the rail 6. Look over your is 7th, and trailing, that is Rosetown Mary. Down the stretch for time 1. They have the half mile in their sights, led by Singing Ramona. Getting the 2-hole ride, it's up to you. Redland Miss Pretty third. JJ Amelia fourth. Our Girl Annie up on the outside fifth. Now in 6, look over your. Rosetown Mary outside of 7th. Now the trailer. Hamac Julia 58 and 1 was the half. At the 5/8, the leader Singing Ramona. It's up to you second. Our Girl Annie comes up third on the outside. Redland Miss Pretty is fourth. Then in fifth, that's That's J.J. Amelia. Rosetown Mary 6th. Look Over Your is 7th. And How Mac Julia has dropped out of the race. By the 3/4 they go. And Singing Ramona still there. 3/4 in 1:27 and 4. At the 7/8 pole, Singing Ramona turning home the leader. Coming to the outside, It's Up to You. Racing third, Our Girl Annie. Deep stretch now. It's Up to You. Coming on the outside, wins for Berrio in the gold PEI Gold Stakes. Singing Ramona second. Third is Our Girl Annie. Time for the mile, 1:57 and 1.
Well, we had a look at a win photo with Dixieland Band and the past champions that we have honored here this afternoon. And the same connections team up here for a victory again in PEI Colt Stakes action with It's Up to You, driven by Gilles Berrio, the Maritime Magic Man. A perfect pocket ride with It's Up to You, following the favorite Singing Ramona and Myrner through fractions of 28 and 4. Half 58 and 1, 127 and 4. They were looming bold at the top of the stretch, and they go right on by down the lane here. Deep stretch, getting it on the line here. Nice victory here, 157 and 1. That's a new pacing record for this 2-year-old filly by Roll With It Harry. It's Up to You captures PEI Colt Stakes gold here in the 12th.
It's Up to You, arriving at the 12th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing filly 2 by Roll With It Harry from the Better's Delight Dam Safety Net, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, the filly bred by Tony Zutoff of Pictou, Nova Scotia. She's trained by Kevin McLean and driven to victory by Gilles Berrio, pacing to a new race win record of 157 and 1. It's Up to You in a gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Here's the official results in the 12th race. J.J. Amelia 5th. It's Up to You, the winner. Redland Miss Pretty 4th. Singing Ramona 2nd. Look Over Your was 6th. How Mac Julia was 8th. Our Girl Annie 3rd. Rosetown Mary was 7th. 28 and 4. 58 and 1. 127 and 4. And the mile 157 and 1. In review, it's 514 268 37. It's up to you. Paid 11.20 to win. The exactor 31.30, triactor 89.90, and the superfactor was 119.62.
Top of the Park theme nights are back. The theme night at the Top of the Park is Land and Sea in September. It's a 3-course meal that includes steak and seared halibut. And it is Friday evenings at the Top of the Park, and it's $29.99 plus tax. And the early bird special is rewards club members who reserve between $4.45 and $5.45 save 10%. Land and Sea returns Fridays in September in the Top of the Park. And here's a look at our selections for the upcoming 13th and final race this afternoon. 6 minutes away from post. I'm going to go with the 3-1-2. Post time picks looks 3-4-8. Classifier's choice is 3-7-1. Post break coming up next.
On the 13th race parade, number 1, Mr. Riley, owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Panat. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 2 is Spicy P, owned by Robbie Hughes of Stratford, trained by Jason Hughes. Mark Bradley catch drives. Usurper 3, owned by the Next Generation Stable Stratford, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Brody McPhee. 4, Besta Hearst, owned by Neil Mose of Cornwall, trained by Neil Bambrick. Mark Campbell. 5, Sam McKee Hanover, owned and trained by Troy Murray of Clyde River. Adam Murner. Winner Blast is 6, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training. David Dowling. 7 is Century Invictus, owned by Tommy Collings of Mount Stewart and John Collings of Brudenell, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. 8 is Good Eye Hawkeye, owned by Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Kyle is the trainer. That's Kenny Murphy. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 13. Kurt Hughes with his Super High 5 ticket comes up next.
Okay, we're just 4 away here from race 13. Yes, Super High 5 time here in our finale. I'm going to go with the 3 in here. I like Usurper to get it done off that last trip where he wired the field in 54 and 3. I think he goes right down the road. Again, this week, I like the 1, Mr. Riley, for second. I like Spicy P for third. I like Besta Hearst for fourth. And the 7, Century Invictus for fifth. And there is a look at the 3 Usurper on the screen right now. Brody McPhee back in the bike. Trainer Kenny Arsenault was in the seat last time out. Had to show Brody where to put this guy, and that's right on the choo-choo, and he did last week. He sat up on Usurper and went right down the road, 54 and 3. So Brody back in the bike. Hopefully he's going to take a page out of Arsenault's book and put this guy right on the front end. That's the way I see it. Setting up here in race 13, I like the 3 Usurper to get it done. For McPhee, currently 8-5. And now we're getting a look at the 1 Mr. Riley. He's now 4 years old by Steelhead Hanover, owned by James Gorman and Darlene Compton. Corey McPherson, the trainer and driver. This guy reeled off 2 in a row. He was a real nice 3-year-old last year, made over 8,000, 3 wins, mark of 57-4, and this year a mark of 56-4. Taken 3 weeks ago, right on the front end from post 2. He's a real nice horse. I like Mr. Riley, so I like him for second on my ticket, currently 2-1. And now we're getting a look at the 2 Spicy P, purchased off On Gate a few weeks ago. Landed in Charlottetown from Monticello. And a real eye-catching performance there in the Charlottetown debut. Head post 8 and closed strong for Jason Hughes. Finishing third, race time 55-4, 28-1 closing quarter. Followed that up with a good second in behind Flowers in the Beach. Last time out in 56-1. Spicy P's got a real good shot in here. And don't want to play the 3 in here. Spicy P's, a nice long shot play, 10-1. For fourth, I like Best of Hers, another classy veteran. Second last time out for trainer Neil Bambrick, 56-2. He was in the seat. Mark Campbell back in the bike this week. Off that second, I like Best of Hers for fourth on my ticket. And now out to the 7 right now with Century Invictus and Jason Hughes scoring down. A good second there for Steve Shepard last time out, 55-1, 28-2 final panel. A winner, 3 back, 56-3. Post 8, 2 back, never really get into the mile. Post 7 today, I don't know how he's going to work out from here post 7, but if you can get him into the mix early, this guy's got enough talent to get it done. And right now, currently, even money on the board. Our finale here this afternoon, race 13, getting ready to go to the gate here. We got 15 dashes tonight featuring PEI Colt Stakes, sophomore Pacers, 3-year-old Colts and fillies. We also have the Atlantic Mares Series going tonight as well, and it's going to be a great card. 15 dashes. First race post is 6:30 p.m. Horses lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's 13th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Mr. Riley, Spicy P, Usurper, Best of Her, Sam McKee, Hanover, Winter Blast, Century Invictus, Good Eye Hawkeye on the grandstand side. It's the 13th on the gate, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Finale time. The rough end pacing at the rail. Mr. Riley leaves out alongside Spicy P. Third to the turn, Usurper. Fourth, Best to Hearst. Away fifth is Sam McKee, Hanover. Now in sixth, Century Invictus. Winter Blast seventh, and the trailer eighth is Good Eye Hawkeye. On the backstretch, led by Mr. Riley for Corey McPherson. Usurper on the outside drives up second. Third up the rail is Spicy P, racing from fourth. That's Best to Hearst. Sam McKee, Hanover goes fifth. Then in sixth, Century Invictus. Winter Blast seventh, and the trailer, Good Eye Hawkeye, 28 and 3. The opening quarter, and the new leader, Usurper, in line to Brody McPhee at 3/8. Second, that is Mr. Riley. Around the turn in third, Spicy P, racing fourth, and up on the outside, Best to Hearst underway. Sam McKee, Hanover goes fifth, and it's Century Invictus sixth. Winter Blast seventh, and Good Eye Hawkeye continuing to trail, now coming to the outside. Halfway home, led by Usurper in 57 and 2. Midway into the paddock, turn for time 2. Usurper the leader at 5/8. Now up on the outside, Best to Hearst on the challenge. Third up the rail, Mr. Riley. Coming up fourth is Sam McKee, Hanover. The three-quarters next. We're going to have a new leader. Best to Hearst takes over. Sam McKee, Hanover now second. Third up the rail, that is a Usurper. Moving up fourth, Century Invictus. Three-quarters in 1, 26 and 2. Approaching the 7/8, Best to Hearst. Clear by 2. Homeward bound he comes. Racing second, Sam McKee, Hanover. Century Invictus is coming late on the outside. Deep in the stretch, on the wire next. Best to Hearst wins from Mark Campbell. Century Invictus rallied second. Sam McKee, Hanover third. 1:55.2.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the slow-mo here for race 13, our finale, brought to you by Universal Media, and it was Usurper, who we thought would go to the lead, got to the front, 28 and 3, 57 and 2. Not too bad of fractions for Usurper, 126 and 2 to the three-quarters, but Best to Hearst, the veteran, and Campbell, they get along great together. If you look at the bottom of the lines, Campbell in the seat for a nice win there in 55 and 1, back in the seat here today. And it was a gutsy first over brush and crutch for Best to Hearst. He gets it done here in 1:55 and 2. Century Invictus and Hughes rallied up strong for second with Sam McKee, Hanover, finishing third. So it was a 4-7-5 try to close things out here in Charlottetown.
Here comes Best to Hearst into the 13th race winner's circle. Pacing gelding 9 by Cam Bass from the No Nukes Dam. Pinehurst Lady, owned by Neil Mose of Cornwall, trained by Neil Bambrick. Mark Campbell opened up the day, and he'll close out the afternoon card for the second winner for the double. 1:55 and 2, the time for the mile. Best to Hearst in the 13th. Now, the official results in the 13th, Mr. Riley was 4th, Spicy P 5th. Usurper 6th, Baxter Hurst the winner, Sam McKee Hanover 3rd. Winter Blast was 7th, Century Invictus 2nd, Good Eye Hawkeye was 8th. They went 28-3, 57-2, 126-2, and the mile 155-2. In review, 456, 137, 28. Baxter Hurst paid $820 to win. The exactor was 87.60, triactor 637.30. The super high five gets carried over. The late daily double paid $64.20. And that completes our first half of doubleheader Saturday here at the driving park. The afternoon's Farm Each will handle $59,535. Back tonight, opening post time 6:30.